Biden-Harris administration. Last year, Americans applied to start 5.4 million new businesses, 20% more than any year on record, and small businesses are creating more jobs than ever before. And it's been particularly strong for entrepreneurs of color. For example, Hispanic entrepreneurs started new businesses in 2021 at the fastest rate in more than a decade, 23% faster than pre-pandemic levels. You heard the president say this today, but this approach is in stark contrast to Congressional Republicans' tax plan, which would raise taxes by an average of almost $1,200 on nearly half of small business owners. Not only does President Biden reject Congressional Republicans' plans to increase taxes on half of small business owners, he also has an economic strategy to keep the small business boom going, including expanding access to capital, making historic investments in technical assistance programs to help entrepreneurs identify resources, leveraging federal procurement to direct hundreds of billions of dollars in government contracts to small businesses, and leveling the playing field for small business owners to reforming the tax code. Also wanted to note that today the Food and Drug Administration announced two proposed rules, one to prohibit menthol cigarettes and one to prohibit flavored cigars. The rules announced today would enforce regulations related to what stores sell and what companies manufacture and distribute, which is a critical action to prevent children from becoming the next generation of smokers, help adult smokers quit, and significantly reduce tobacco-related health disparities. With that, why don't you kick us off?
Hello, I have a few questions about student loan forgiveness. First off, has the president concluded that he has the power to do this unilaterally? And secondly, does he believe that means testing is the correct approach to student loan forgiveness?
Well, there's been no conclusion of any process internally yet, but you heard the president talk this morning about his ongoing consideration of how to provide additional relief to many Americans who are still have student loans, even though they have not paid a penny on federal student loans since he took office. And what was the second part of your question?
Has he decided if he wants to do means testing?
So he has talked in the past about how he doesn't believe that that millionaires and billionaires obviously should benefit, or even people from the highest income. So that's certainly something he would be looking at.
So just want to be very clear about the power to do this. He's looking at doing this issue.
Yeah.
But you're not saying if he's going to send the bill to Congress or if he's actually going to do it himself.
Well, we definitely know he has the ability and the legal ability to sign a bill Congress passes. So what we're really talking about is authorities through executive action, which we're continuing to look at and he's continuing to consider.
And lastly, what concerns does he have with the growing cost of college? Obviously the cost of college has been rising very quickly. This would reduce borrowers' out-of-pocket costs so they can pay down some of their debt, but what about that cost of the education up front?
Well, from the beginning of his administration, and I would say through the course of his career, he has expressed an interest on the increasing cost of college and the barriers that poses to people getting a 2-year or 4-year education. He has taken a number of steps already since he took office to bring down costs for Americans, including bringing down the cost of college. The American Rescue Plan provided nearly $40 billion in higher education relief for colleges and universities, much of which was earmarked for emergency financial aid to help students. To make college more affordable for college and for current and future students, he also called for and Congress passed a $400 increase in the maximum Pell Grant, the largest increase in over a decade. And additionally, we have now approved the cancellation of more than $18.5 billion in student loan debt for more than 750,000 borrowers. So while he's continuing to consider what executive actions he could take using his own authority, even though if Congress sent him a bill tomorrow, he could sign it, and he would sign it to give $10,000 of student debt relief. He has not hesitated and has also taken additional steps.
And the final question, response to Republicans like Senator Romney who say this is a political giveaway to consider canceling student loan debt.
I would say, the president's view is that as the leader of the country, what he needs to do is continue to provide relief to people who need it most, to help people get some extra breathing room, and that includes getting people this consideration of getting people relief who have taken steps to further their education and maybe take steps to advance their family circumstances. Go ahead.
Thanks. Switching gears to Title 42, the president said today that the administration would comply with whatever the courts decide. So just to be clear, there's not a plan to fight this decision?
That would be a decision made by the Department of Justice, but they haven't even done a formal ruling that they're considering at this point in time. time.
But there's the temporary, the TRO. So at this point, the administration doesn't have anything to announce in terms of.
They verbally did the TRO. They have not done, I don't believe, a more formal written one that has been looked at or considered by the Department of Justice at this point in time.
Does the president disagree with this ruling?
Again, it's the Department of Justice to look at this. The president has talked about how the authority is given to the CDC to make a decision about when the conditions exist to lift Title 42. They made that decision, and he certainly supports that, and that's why we're preparing to lift it through the Department of Homeland Security and an interagency process.
But if the CDC determined, like you just said, the order was no longer necessary, then it wouldn't make sense to not fight this, to let it just stand.
Well, the Department of Justice would make that decision. There hasn't even been a formal issuing by the court. It's been a verbal report. They said they would need to look at that. They would make any announcement about any legal action.
I just want to ask you, we just continue to hear these Democratic senators that were briefed this week. Corto Mazda was the latest. She was briefed by the administration and said that even though you've been saying there's this comprehensive plan to deal with the border after Title 42 is lifted, she has not seen a comprehensive plan. She said she did not hear a comprehensive plan on how they are going to address the surge or the resources needed to make sure we are addressing the drug trafficking across the border. So your response to her, and just big picture why Democrats aren't united on this?
I can't speak for all Democrats. I can tell you that we share the frustration about how broken our immigration system is and how there need to be fixes at the border, whether that is smarter security funding or fixing the asylum processing system that's long been broken. And we would welcome the interest of any Democrat or Republican to work with us on that effort and talk about and work on moving forward the bill the president proposed on his first day in office. Secretary Mayorkas, who oversees this, of course, has been testifying. I think he's testifying to 4 committees, including the House Judiciary Committee today, and he laid out 6 pillars of our plan, including components that address exactly those specific pieces: how we would surge resources, personnel, transportation, medical support, how we're enhancing CBP processing, how we're administering consequences for unlawful entry, how we're bolstering the capacity of non-governmental organizations, what we're doing to target and disrupt the transnational criminal organizations, and how we're going to deter irregular migration. But this is not an immigration policy. This is how we're implementing the lifting of Title 42. So we need a longer-term, more comprehensive immigration reform policy, and we'd welcome any efforts to work with that with members of Congress. Go ahead.
Hey, Jen, the request for $33 billion, how quickly do you expect it will move through Congress, and when is the deadline for when you absolutely need it?
I'm not here to set new deadlines, but I can tell you that both needs are urgent. Well, I would say that need is urgent, as is the need for COVID funding is urgent. In terms of where we are with spending, just to give you a sense of the money that we've already allocated or already been putting on the ground to the Ukrainians in the form of military assistance. I stumbled through that a little bit. As you know, we had $3.5 billion in military security assistance. We have about $250 million of that left in drawdown. So obviously we will work to expedite that and provide that to the Ukrainians. But in order to continue to help assist them, help make sure they have the weapons they need, the artillery they need, the equipment they need, it is certainly urgent to move forward on this funding.
And what is your view on why the economy shrunk 1.4% during the first quarter?
So GDP, which is what that's a measure of, measures a couple of different components of economic data: consumption, investment, inventory, and exports. On a number of these data components, we had very positive signs in this same set of data, including consumption. Consumer spending was up by about 2.5%. On investment, business investment, residential investment, both up as well. And on exports, the number was down, but that is largely because our economy is doing better than many economies around the world. So while we were purchasing a lot of goods from other countries, there wasn't the same capacity to purchase our goods. That is why that number was lower. And then on inventory, which is another piece of data that is measured, quarter 4 of last year had the largest inventory number of any quarter in history, in large part because as the supply chain problems were being fixed, thanks in large large part to the president's efforts, businesses were able to get goods, and they made enormous purchases, largest numbers to stock their inventory of any quarter in history. And what this data is measuring is changes in growth from quarter to quarter. So because of that, even though this was the 5th largest inventory quarter in history, in comparison with the 4th quarter of last year, it showed a decrease, which led to the number. But what economists, many economists, Jason Furman has spoken to this and others, what they look at as measures of the strength of the economy and what they're monitoring closely from quarter to quarter as important indicators are consumer spending, business investment, residential investment. All of these increased at strong rates in the first quarter, and as did the overall demand, and are good signs for the strength of the economy.
And lastly, to what extent are you looking at cutting tariffs on Chinese goods as a way to ease inflation?
Well, there's an ongoing review of that led by Ambassador Tai at USTR, and we are certainly continuing to look at where these tariffs put in place by the prior administration don't make sense. And one of the factors that we're looking at as a part of this review is certainly the impact on jobs and wages, and of course on inflation. But we're also looking at, and costs, of course, of goods, but we're also looking at where we have concerns about the economic policies and approaches of China. But I don't have anything to preview at this point in terms of how that review is going. Go ahead.
Just one point of clarification. Does the president want this funding for Ukraine tied to the COVID-19 funding?
We're not making a predetermination of that from here. We put forward both of these funding requests today because they're both vital, they're both important. We need them both to help the Ukrainians and to help ensure we're continuing our COVID programs here in this country and around the world. But we're not going to predetermine for Congress how they move forward. There's just an urgency in moving them forward.
Okay, it was just confusing because in his letter to Congress, he seemed to say he did want it tied to the COVID-19 funding, but he told reporters he didn't care if it was tied to the COVID-19
That was not the intention of how it was written. It was intended just to convey we're putting these both forward today.
The White House is not saying that it should be tied to the COVID-19 funding.
No, we're saying these are both urgent. We would like to move these forward. We'll work with you to determine how to get that done.
Okay, and you said you don't want to put a deadline on when Congress needs to pass and authorize this $33 billion request that the president has made, but how many more weeks can Ukraine go based on what they have so far and based on the drawdown authority that the president still has before you do start to see interruptions in military aid and economic assistance and humanitarian aid?
Well, I would say because we have $250 million left.
Not very much though compared to what you're asking.
I know, I'm getting to your point. I'm getting to the point here. There's obviously more that's needed, and we want to be able to continue to provide a range of security and military assistance to the Ukrainians. Now, we strategically front-loaded the military and security assistance we were providing a couple of weeks ago, expedited the delivery of it, because we knew that as Russia was repositioning in the east and really changing their strategic approach to focus on the Donbass, they would need that on the front end. So it doesn't mean that it will be exactly the same pace in every week, but certainly there is an urgency to getting this funding done. There has been bipartisan support in the past, and we're certainly looking forward to working with them to get this done as quickly as possible.
And it would seem to suggest that there is a timeline, since officials told reporters today, briefing it, that they believe this is enough for Ukraine for the next 5 months to last through the end of the fiscal year, which of course that would start in a few days if you're judging.
Well, that's a different question than a timeline for getting the package done. I mean, we did this on a fiscal year basis because that seemed to make sense, of course, and also because we wanted to do it over the long term for planning purposes, but it doesn't mean that the funding would be delivered tomorrow, obviously. We have to get it through and move it through Congress, and we want to do that as quickly as possible.
Good. Thanks, Jen. A quick follow on student loans. Today, the president said that he is not considering the $50,000 figure that some Democrats have pushed for. Is there a range you can provide for what he is considering? Is it more than the $10,000 both of you have mentioned before?
He has said that before, so today was not the first time he has said that about $50,000 in the past. I guess it's been a few months. I don't have a top range for you. I think he was just reacting to that size of the number. He said in the past, and I've reiterated, that he would be happy to sign a piece of legislation or a bill that came to his desk that canceled $10,000 in student loans Could be more than that. We're looking at that, but I think $50,000 was just his indication of that size and his opposition to that.
Got it, thanks. And then today, when he was talking about the supplemental budget, he said that NATO allies and EU partners are going to pay their fair share of the costs as well. How does he define fair share?
I think he was trying to send the message, which has already been underway, that we are going to continue to give a range of and a significant amount of military and security assistance, but other countries, we expect them to continue to step up as well, as this is going to be a sustained effort, a longer war, as we've talked about before. We're going to need other countries to continue to provide a range of assistance as well. And we are far and away, the United States is the largest provider of military, humanitarian, and economic assistance. And other countries have taken steps. I mean, Germany just announced this week, right, their plan or their intention, and they may have been delivered to provide tanks, something they have never done. And before, a number of other countries have announced steps to provide a range of military assistance and weapons that they have never provided before. But it was more the president sending a message about the need for every country to remain committed to this sustained and long-term effort to support the Ukrainians.
But he's not saying that they should be paying as much as the U.S. in terms of a monetary figure.
Every country is going to be able to provide different amounts and different types of assistance. So it's not prejudging that. It's just an ask and a reminder and a call to the world that we need to be in this for the long term, and we all need to continue to provide a range of assistance.
And then one more on Paul Whelan. Yesterday I asked you about what his brother said. Today he himself issued a statement, and he is asking, why was I left behind? He mentioned he's pleased Trevor is home with his family, but he is asking, why hasn't more been done to secure my release? What is the administration's response to Paul Whelan?
I would say that we will continue to do everything possible to bring Paul Whelan home. We are in regular touch with his family and his family members, and we don't outline in detail everything we are doing publicly because our objective is to return him home with his family. The president is focused on that, and we would say to him, we are going to continue to do everything possible to bring you home.
Can you say whether there has been any progress made in the past 2-3 months on their cases, on Whelan and Brittany Griner?
It wouldn't be constructive to outline or detail any specifics from here because our objective is to be successful, and talking about these cases publicly and getting into specifics often isn't constructive toward that goal.
Jen, thank you. I want to start by asking you a few questions about Ukraine. The UN Secretary General met with President Putin. He's meeting with President Zelensky. He's trying to strike a deal to get those who are in the steel plant out. The Ukrainian officials were very skeptical of these talks heading into this week. Does the administration feel as though there's been any progress that has come out of his talks with Putin and Zelensky?
Look, I would say that it's not for us to make a judgment from here. We are here to support the efforts of the Ukrainians and the Ukrainian leaders to pursue diplomatic talks and diplomatic engagements should they see that as constructive. We have not seen evidence that President Putin or the Russians have taken steps, whether it is allowing for humanitarian convoys to move forward, humanitarian assistance, creating corridors, that would give an indication of that. But our objective is continue to implement the strategy that we laid out from early in this conflict, which is to provide the type of security and military assistance to help the Ukrainians fight and win on the battlefield. They obviously did that in Kyiv and pushing back the Russians, to give them economic and humanitarian assistance to strengthen their hand in diplomatic talks.
Against the backdrop of the president's announcement today and request for this $33 billion aid package, can you say, is it the policy goal of the United States for Ukraine to defeat Russia?
Well, look, it depends on how we're not going to define that from here. That's for the that's for the Ukrainians to define. What we are going to do from here is to continue to provide them with a range of security and military assistance, as is evidenced by the package that the president proposed and put forward to Capitol Hill today, to strengthen their hand in the negotiating table and ensure that they have the support and backing of the United States and the world.
Just to be clear, and I understand what you're saying, it's for the Ukrainians to define, but does the United States think that success has to include Russians leaving all of the new portions of Ukraine that they've currently invaded?
Again, we're not going to define that from here, Kristen. There are a range of negotiations that may happen and may take place, and we're just not going to get ahead of that.
Let me ask you about Build Back Better, if I might, or the remains of Build Back Better.
Yeah.
Given that you are pushing for this new aid, given that you are pushing for pandemic aid as well, where does that fall right now on the agenda? Is there urgency to get those priorities passed as well?
Absolutely. I mean, here's the thing about Congress and governing. You can and you are able to do more than one thing at one time, right? Just even look at the committees of jurisdiction in Congress. The committees that are considering and looking at, some of the military assistance and security packages may not be the same that are considering and writing pieces of legislation on a reconciliation package. There is a great deal of interest and passion on Capitol Hill among Democrats and moving forward on the president's agenda and the president's proposal to lower the cost of prescription drugs, to lower the cost of child care, of health care, of elder care. And we're going to continue advocating and fighting for that.
In order for it to get done against the backdrop of this election year, do you need to have a deal in place by Memorial Day? That has obviously been floated as a deadline.
I'm not here to set new deadlines, Kristen. We know there is interest, there's passion, there's advocacy. We're continuing to do a lot of work behind the scenes. And we're going to continue to fight to get it done.
No, you don't want to talk about deadlines, but if you could give us a reality check. The president said today he's going to announce something on student loans in just a few weeks. You had said that there could potentially be an announcement by August, the end of the summer. Realistically, can we expect to hear something from the president in the next few weeks on this?
Stay tuned and we'll see. Obviously, we have to continue a policy process. The president will make a decision, and once we have a decision to make, we'll of course announce that. What I was getting at really is the end of August is also the time that the student loan payment deferral, that's the kind of period that it was extended through, so it was more about making a decision before then.
Okay, thanks, John.
We always like to beat timelines here, so go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. On student loan debt, the Committee for a Responsible Budget has spoken out against this, saying they've done a calculation that canceling $10,000 per borrower would cost $250 billion, $50,000 per borrower would cost $950 billion. What do you say to people sort of in their camp who are concerned that canceling student debt can have an inflationary impact?
Well, I haven't looked at all those numbers and what incomes they would apply to, nor has there been a proposal that the president has put out on this front or anything that's passed through Congress. But what I would say, broadly speaking, is that when you look at the choices that need to be made, the president is looking at the impact of student loans, something that many people in this country, millions of Americans, undertook to get a better education, to make sure they were advancing their own knowledge, to maybe help their family have a better life, that finding ways to provide relief to students, to make sure that these working families are getting relief is more important than tax cuts to millionaires, billionaires, and corporations. And we can make choices about where we invest and where we think we can make the tax system more fair. But there isn't even a bill that's moved through Congress, nor have we put a proposal together. So those numbers aren't based on any reality at this moment.
Broadly speaking, is there any concern that, given this narrative, that it could have an inflationary impact that's coming from critics of this administration who are looking at the economy, looking at inflation, and having problems with where it stands? Is there concern that, canceling student debt could make it hard for the Joe Manchins of Congress to sign on to bills that would, pass elements of Build Back Better that you guys are still trying to get through, which he said he won't do because of inflation?
Well, I'm not going to speak, obviously, for Senator Manchin. I haven't heard him make that point in the past either. What I would say is that the way that inflation impacts people across the country is costs, right? Costs to their bank accounts, costs to their budgets. And what we're talking about here is how to provide people with relief, how we can provide them with relief or consider providing them with relief so that they have more money to spend on things in their lives. And providing student loan relief is exactly that. And the president has taken a range of steps to address and lower costs for people. Considering this is one of them. Extending the pause on student loan payments is one of them. But also fixing the family glitch in the Affordable Care Act is another one of them. So when we talk about inflation, sometimes we talk about it like, a 50,000-foot ivory tower economist might, and really how inflation impacts people is costs and what they're paying out of their pockets. So actually considering this would be helping Americans address exactly that issue.
And then on this new report that the Department of Homeland Security is setting up a disinformation governance board to tackle misinformation ahead of the midterms. Secretary Mayorkas said that part of its intention was to tackle misinformation in Hispanic communities especially. Can you give us an idea of what this board is going to be doing, what their authority would look like?
Sure, Jackie. I really haven't dug into this exactly. I mean, we, of course, support this effort, but let me see if I can get more specifics. We know that there has been a range of disinfo out there about a range of topics, including COVID, for example, and also elections and eligibility, but I will check and see if there's more specifics.
There's been some criticism of the person who's been chosen to oversee this board. She had previously called the Hunter Biden laptop a Trump campaign product, seeming to discredit its validity or validity of reporting surrounding that. How can you assuage concerns of people who are looking at this person who's been appointed to this position and wondering if she's going to be able to accurately judge misinformation now that a lot of that reporting has been proven to be factual in some ways?
Well, I don't have any comments on the laptop, but what I can tell you is that it sounds like the objective of the board is to prevent disinformation and misinformation from traveling around the country in a range of communities. I'm not sure who opposes that effort, and I don't know who this individual is, so I have no comment on it specifically.
Her name is Nina Jankowicz. She also just recently made some polarizing comments about Elon Musk's Twitter purchase. It's just getting some pushback from critics who are saying this person may not be the right choice for a board that is run by the Department of Homeland Security. Can you speak to that at all?
I don't have any information about this individual. I can check on more information about the board. Go ahead.
How much of the original $13.6 billion for Ukraine has actually been spent at this point? Reporters are still trying to understand the answer to that.
Well, I noted a little bit earlier, I think, in preemptive response to this question, that of the $3.5 billion on security, we've spent $3.25 billion of that already, which we have transparently provided regular info to all of you on. In terms of the humanitarian and economic assistance, a lot of it has been allocated to how it would be spent. I can see if we have an update on what has actually gone to ground.
Okay, and secondly, on the menthol ban, some black community activists, the ACLU, members of the CDC have raised concerns that it could push more of the illicit market, which would lead to racially profiling black smokers. Can this administration assure that won't happen?
Absolutely, because this rule would go after manufacturers and people who sell, not individuals who smoke menthol cigarettes, and it would save lives. I'd also note that the NAACP put out a statement saying for decades the tobacco industry has been targeting African Americans and have contributed to the skyrocketing rates of heart disease, stroke, and cancer across our community. The tobacco industry is on a narrow quest for profit, and they have been killing us along the way. The NAACP has been calling for a ban on menthol cigarettes and flavored e-cigarettes for years now, and we applaud the FDA's plan. But what we're talking about here is these rules are estimated that eliminating menthol in tobacco products could prevent up to 654,000 deaths over the next 40 years and up to 238,000 deaths among African Americans. But this is not about going after individuals smoking menthol cigarettes. This is about manufacturers and people who are selling them.
John, why does President Biden believe pro-life taxpayers, Catholics among them, should fund Title 10 clinics that advise women on how to get an abortion? You go down the road, you give these people 5 and 6 questions. I get one.
I think if you could sit here and be respectful of your colleagues here, that might work better. Go ahead, sir. I think he's the next question. Go ahead.
Title 10 clinics that advise women on how to get an abortion.
On the EMLA meeting, your statement laid out a bunch of domestic issues that would be discussed and regional issues like economic cooperation, et cetera. I was wondering if the president was planning to raise AMLO's attitude toward Russia and Ukraine. He's been really loath to criticize Russia ideas and really join this international effort. So does the president plan to raise that tomorrow?
You know, it's a good question. The primary focus of the meeting, as you outlined, is about kind of getting ahead of the Summit of the Americas, talking about the agenda. Obviously, there's a lot to be discussed as it relates to migration, and this meeting was planned in advance of our long-term planning of the potential lifting of Title 42 as well. It is often on the president's mind, as you know, Russia and Ukraine and the conflict. So while it may not be on the preemptive agenda, we will have a more comprehensive readout once the meeting is concluded.
And on the GDP report, I'm just wondering if the contraction has the White House rethinking its support for the Fed's plan to raise interest rates.
We continue to support the intention or stated intention of the independent Federal Reserve to recalibrate, and we support that effort. I noted a lot of the different data measurements here because I think it's important to note that the inventory piece was not unexpected. I mean, we actually spoke to it a couple of days ago as well, given the record inventory numbers from the fourth quarter of last year and the fact that it measures the comparison and the change of growth from quarter to quarter.
And then lastly, this happened while you came out here, so you might not have heard about it, but Senator Manchin said at a hearing that he thinks the electric vehicle tax credit quote makes no sense. And I'm wondering what your reaction to that is and whether you think that further complicates skinny reconciliation bill getting through.
I would say that Senator Manchin remains a friend of the president's and someone we will continue to work with and look forward to continuing engagements with. Go ahead.
Question: why does President Biden believe pro-life taxpayers, Catholics among them, should fund Title X clinics that advise women on how to get abortion?
Economic and humanitarian assistance aid amount. I'm wondering, the military aid, it seems like the president said his quote basically run out. The humanitarian and economic aid, if it has not yet run out, could those funds be diverted first from the White House to additional security and military assistance? Is that something that you all can do? Is it something that you are considering?
I don't believe, it's a good question, I don't believe that's under consideration, in large part because the humanitarian and economic assistance is vital. Think about the number of the millions of refugees, the millions of people who have become homeless as a result of this, or no longer in their homes as a result of this war. And there are a range of economic needs that President Zelensky has spoken about himself about that will be needed over the coming months. So that's why there are multiple buckets, and that will continue to be the case. I'm not aware of any consideration of reallocation of funds.
Then the other question I was going to ask is, in terms of having the $250 million in military assistance that remains, could you all essentially spend money on the front side in the coming weeks if Congress is unable to pass something, recoup it from the supplemental later? And if you do that, is there a limit to how much money you can spend that way up front?
Just so I understand, I may have to ask OMB this question. Can we kind of get a line of credit of sorts?
Correct, exactly.
Okay, to kind of purchase or things along those lines. Let me check and see with our budgetary experts. No one knows more than how this works than Shalonda Young, so I will check with her and get back to you.
Last question I was going to ask is it the administration's policy to continue to provide essentially an unlimited amount of money to Ukraine? I mean, is there a top-line budget, and is the thinking that the administration will continue to support Ukraine for as long as it needs, for how much money it needs?
Well, I think we did this 5-month request because we wanted to be able to do longer-term planning and work with the Ukrainians, our European partners. This is not all for Ukraine. It's also for some of our Eastern European partners and others to help support them during this time as well. But I'm not going to get ahead of where we will be in 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Our objective is continue to support the Ukrainians, but I'm not going to get ahead of where we are at this point in time. I can note, and I know this goes to Alex's earlier question, I mean, a little bit in terms of the other components, and I can see if there's more of a specific of what's been spent down. But when it comes to humanitarian, economic, food, and other security assistance, some of that funding is, $1.7 billion to ensure continuity of Ukraine's democratic operations and provide other macroeconomic assistance, hundreds of millions of dollars in food, shelter, and other humanitarian aid to Ukrainians. But we can also see if there's more specifics on where we are with the spend out of it. Go ahead.
Yeah, revisiting student loan debt and that issue, why isn't President Biden willing to go as high as $50,000? That's the figure that Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has pointed to. That's the figure that a lot of progressive Democrats have pointed to. So what about that number gives the president concern?
The president himself has spoken to this in the past, so I'd really point you to his own words on this front. But
remind me what he said.
I'm happy to get them to you after the briefing. But what I can tell you is that the president has said many times that he would be happy to sign a bill that would provide $10,000 in relief to individuals who have student loans, and Congress could send him that. That hasn't happened yet. That could be the first focus of Congress as an example, and he's continuing to consider what he has the executive authority to do with his own powers. So I'm just not going to get ahead of that consideration process.
So
go ahead. You mentioned the $33 billion package and how urgent it is. We don't yet really have a timeline on how urgent, if it's weeks or months. Can you detail at all sort of the White House strategy behind getting that money secured? The president obviously next week is going to Alabama to tour Lockheed Martin and the Javelins.
See Javelins. Javelins being made.
That may be one opportunity to draw attention to this. Are there other things that the White House is doing strategically to get that urgency felt by members of Congress?
Look, I think you are going to see a full court press from us on this funding as well as the COVID funding, which is is vital to the continuation of our fight against the pandemic. And you will see that in the form of engagement with members on the Hill and committees. You will see that in the form of our Secretary of State, our Secretary of Defense, and other national security officials speaking publicly, testifying, as many of them are, and speaking to it during testimony. And obviously you noted the President's visit to the factory, the Lockheed Martin factory, I believe, in Alabama next week. Even the decision today for the President to make the announcement himself instead of doing just a background briefing and providing all of the details to all of you was an effort to talk through the vital need of this assistance, what it would go to, and elevate it to that level.
And then is there any effort, I guess, you heard this a little bit from him today, talking about how Ukrainians are giving up their lives, so the money, I guess, is there anything that the White House is doing to address the concern from some Americans that this is an awful lot of money going to a foreign country when we have domestic needs at home? I don't know if there's anything proactively that you guys may do to try to make that case for why this amount of money is needed.
Well, I would say that we've also seen an incredibly heartfelt outpouring of support from the American people for the efforts of the United States to lead in standing up to Russian aggression and to stand up in favor and support of the Ukrainians. To the President, this is about American leadership in the world. It's also about standing up for democracy versus autocracy. It's about standing up against one foreign country invading another foreign country. It's about American leadership in the world. So we will continue to articulate that and make that clear. And that is part of the reason why the President also detailed in specificity today what all of this would go to. I mean, some of it, a great deal of it is, of course, to military assistance to fight this war, but there is funding in there, as he noted this morning, for food security and ensuring that we are addressing any food shortages around the world. There's assistance that is going into humanitarian assistance and helping the outflow of refugees, and so it was important to him personally to lay out the specifics in his remarks this morning.
So again, a really simple question.
Yes, thanks, Jen. Looking ahead to the President.
One question. You give these people 6 questions in the front row.
Looking ahead to the President's trip to Japan that was announced last night, I'm wondering if you can talk about, in the Quad Summit, wondering if you can talk about how the President will raise sort of a unified response to Russia, with India at the table, and then also sort of the China-Taiwan issue.
On the first part, on Russia, I would say first we've had a number of engagements, as you know, with leaders in India about our approach to supporting the Ukrainians in this war, whether that is sanctions and the enormous sanctions package we've put in place, or of course the assistance we've provided. We will convey the same sentiment in this meeting. Now, this meeting is several weeks away, so a lot can certainly happen. And as you know, other members of the Quad have also been vital partners and vital, supporters of the Ukrainians' effort to fight the war, including Japan. I mean, Japan, just as an example, has not only provided a range of assistance, but they've also agreed to divert some of the LNG resources to help Europe. So there's a number of steps they have also taken that will be a part of the discussion, and certainly the President will provide an update on what we're doing and where things stand at that point in time. We're just not quite there on previewing the agenda yet. Obviously, the President's position on Taiwan has not changed. He will certainly restate it during this meeting, but I'm sure we'll have more to preview as we get closer to the trip.
China-Taiwan? How will that be raised as well?
Again, as we get closer to the trip, there's not a change in our policy. Obviously, the President's policy is based on the Taiwan Relations Act. That will continue, and as we get closer to the trip, I'm sure we'll have more to preview. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. One question on Moldova, one on COVID. Do you have any update, any insight on the explosions in Transnistria earlier in the week?
Yeah.
And if the Russians were to open a new front in Moldovan territory, would that trigger any new consequences for Russia?
On the first part, I just don't have a new confirmation or new details to read out from here. We're still continuing to look at the explosions from earlier this week. I'm just not going to get ahead of a hypothetical at this point in time in terms of what consequences there would be.
Yesterday, you were talking about how there's great access to Paxlovid in the country. You're trying to get the word out on its effectiveness. One of the main issues with Paxlovid is that an individual who's eligible eligible has to test positive, and then they have to race to get it within 3 days, even though they're quarantining. Is there any conversation within the administration to change that for an eligible individual to be able to get it preemptively?
I think that would be a decision likely made by our health and medical experts, so I just don't have anything to preview at this point in time. It requires a prescription. Right? But there are a range of ways to have those conversations with your doctor. So I'm not sure it always involves a race to the doctor's office, but different doctors can have virtual appointments and other means of getting prescriptions. It's about consulting to ensure you're eligible.
Question.
Thank you, Jen. So I have a question on Ukraine and then a follow-up on my colleague's question. Zelensky's top advisor tweeted today that Ukraine should decide whether to strike Russian military facilities. I know you've spoken on this before, but you're trying to avoid a hypothetical situation, but this seems like it's getting closer towards a non-hypothetical situation. Can you at least outline
I appreciated that. Okay, go ahead.
Whether the administration believes that this is escalatory or could be constructive?
Well, you know, one, I think it's important to take a step back and remember what we're talking about here. I mean, it is Russia that started this war, invaded Ukraine and violated Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. It's Russian forces that have committed war crimes and horrifying atrocities, and it's Russia that continues to attack Ukrainian targets in Ukraine every day. So even if we are, dare I say, getting into a hypothetical, what we're talking about here is not any intention of Ukraine invading Russia and trying to take Russian territory, going after Russian civilians, going after Russians' hospitals. We're talking about consideration of military targets. It's something very different, so I just think that's important context for everybody to consider.
Still on Ukraine, there's no formal announcement as of right now about Jakarta inviting Zelensky to the G20, but our sources suggest that they are indeed inviting both Zelensky as well as Putin. So under those circumstances, would the president consider attending? I know it's still 6 months away, but under those circumstances, if it remains the same.
Well, we certainly welcomed reports about Ukraine's invitation. Obviously, we can't confirm that on behalf of Indonesia, who is hosting, and the president has been clear about his view this shouldn't be business as usual and that Russia should not be a part of this. But again, it's 6 months away. We don't even have confirmation of these reports, so I'm certainly not going to get into a hypothetical in this case.
To follow up on the issue issue about, Americans being concerned about the amount of money being sent out to Ukraine, one of the things that the president outlined today in his speech was not just humanitarian assistance, but also allow pensions and social support to be paid to the Ukrainian people. So what would you say to the American public who says, okay, it's one thing to help Ukrainian refugees with food and shelter, but why should we be paying for their pensions?
Well, look, I would say that we have provided a range of economic assistance because we know that their economy has been devastated, not of their doing, because they were invaded by a foreign country. And they're going, let me finish. And they are going to need assistance in order to recover. We provide assistance, economic and humanitarian assistance, to a range of countries around the world because that's part of American leadership. And so I would say that's the reasoning for this assistance being proposed in the package. Go ahead.
Jen, on menthol, going back to the opposition in the black community. I talked to Congresswoman Frederica Wilson today, and she said she's opposing it. She says the president should not only deal with menthol, but ban all. Instead of just menthol, she feels that it will cause a profiling issue. And she also says this is something that should not be dealt with in the midterms because it will split the black community. What do you say to that? And are you talking to Frederica Wilson, Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and others about this very issue?
Well, let me try to answer all your questions there. I'm sure you'll let me know if I don't, April, of course. This is a public health decision made by the FDA. And the objective of it was not to address politics or handle politics in one way or another, but to save lives. And the studies estimate that with menthol cigarettes, if they're no longer available, it could prevent over 650,000 deaths, including 238,000 African Americans. There are also high rates of use by children and young adults. Menthol also increases the appeal of cigarettes, makes them easier to use, especially for kids. And what we have seen, as you know, is decades of targeted marketing activities at the African American community to promote further purchasing and in many ways, and for many, addiction to these cigarettes. So this is not, but what I think is important for everybody to know and understand, including opponents, is this is not targeting individuals. This is not to give anybody license to arrest somebody who is smoking a cigarette, a menthol cigarette. This is going after the manufacturers of this. It is going after those who are selling, because we have seen decades of marketing targeted activities at exactly these communities.
So with that said, as you say, decades, I mean, there's been efforts to stop the targeting through billboards in urban communities in the 90s and on and on. This is decades old. But why now? There's been progression, but why now instead of other issues?
Well, I think, again, this is a public health decision that went through a public health process. It wasn't made through a political prism or made, for any other reason than the lives that it could save. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. At least 7 sailors have died by suicide since the USS George Washington began undergoing a shipyard overhaul. There have been 3 just within the last month. The Navy today confirmed 3 from prior years. Is the president aware of these suicides? Does he have any response to them? And is the military doing enough to make sure that it is promoting the mental well-being of our service members?
Well, certainly the president is regularly briefed and is aware, and the service of men and women and the stress and the pressure on them is something that is on his mind, including making sure we have the right mental health care, the right treatments for any individual who may be suffering from depression or anything that might lead to suicide. In terms of an assessment of what the steps they are taking or what they're doing, I'd really point you to the Department of Defense, who would be better versed to speak to the specifics.
And then to follow up on a question from yesterday about Ukraine and tariffs, the president could today, if he wanted to, by executive action, undo these Trump-era tariffs on steel imports from Ukraine. Is there any reason why he wouldn't do that? Does it have anything to do with pushback from unions?
There's an ongoing consideration and process of reviewing a range of steps we can take to provide relief to the Ukrainians, a review of tariffs, but there's a range of factors, and I just don't have anything to preview in that process at this point in time.
That is something that he is considering.
There's a range of options on the table. Go ahead in the back.
Thanks, Jen. I wanted to ask, the House is out next week, and usually that would be where an appropriations bill would start. Given that the president is saying that COVID funding is so urgent in addition to the Ukraine proposal, how do you see this playing out legislatively in the quick that you need it to do?
Well, this is something, now that we've put the proposal forward and put it forward and sent it up to the Hill, a lot of the work is happening behind the scenes, engagement with our legislative team, Steve Ricchetti, Louisa Terrell, and this team with leaders on the House side, the Senate side, to move it forward as quickly as possible. But in terms of the legislative mechanics, I'd really point you to leaders on the Hill for specifics on that.
And one other question on COVID funding. The Biden administration has been, I don't know, reticent is the right word, to release spending that you've done on COVID tests, the rapid testing program, whether it's how much you spent per test or overall. Is that information that you're planning to make public or planning to provide to the Senate and the House as they consider whether to provide more funding?
The testing program in terms of people being able to order free tests?
Yeah, the COVID test.gov.
What specifically do you think we haven't provided?
The amounts that you spent per test or overall per contract?
I'm sure if members of Congress or committees are interested in information, we'll have those discussions with them directly. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Two questions. My first question is about the security pact between China and the Solomon Islands. Do you have any concerns that China is taking advantage of what's going on in the Pacific because the U.S. is so focused on Ukraine and Russia?
I know we have spoken to this a little bit in the past and expressed some concern. At the time, I'll have to talk to our national security team and see if we have any updates on recent developments.
And I just have one more question about, President Biden's trip to Asia. Could you confirm reports by some Asian media outlets that are saying that President Biden is going to announce some kind of China strategy during his trip to Korea and Japan?
Again, this trip is weeks away, which is a lifetime for us, so we're not quite there yet on previewing specifics of the trip and what it will entail. I'll do the last one, then I got to wrap it up.
Jen, thank you. Minnesota Department of Human Rights found that the city of Minneapolis and the MPD engaged in a pattern of practice of racial discrimination. They're working on some dissent decrees, but we know that can take some time. Is there anything that the president can do moving forward? Can we say that the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act seems like it's shelved for now? And has the president seen that report? What's his reaction?
I don't have any direct reaction from the president to that report. I can certainly check with him on that. We're still continuing to consider a police reform executive order, as you know. That consideration is underway. It continues to be underway, and the president has every intention of signing one. And of course, we would still love to have bipartisan legislation passed through Congress. We know the anniversary is coming up in just a few weeks, and certainly that's something that remains on the president's mind. Thank you, everyone, so much.
Does the president want to force pro-life Americans to pay for abortion referrals to the devout Catholic president?
Good morning. I just signed a request to Congress for critical security, economic, and humanitarian assistance to help Ukraine continue to counter Putin's aggression and at a very pivotal moment. We need this bill to support Ukraine in this fight for freedom, and our NATO allies, our EU partners, they're going to pay their fair share of the cost as well, but we have to do this. We have to do our part as well, leading the alliance. The cost of this fight is not cheap, but caving to aggression is going to be more costly if we allow it to happen. We either back Ukrainian people as they defend their country, or we stand by as the Russians continue their atrocities and aggression in Ukraine. Every day the Ukrainians pay for the price, and the price they pay is with their lives for this fight. So we need to contribute arms, funding, ammunition, and the economic support to make their courage and sacrifice have purpose so they can continue this fight and do what they're doing. It's critical this funding gets approved and approved as quickly as possible. You know, long before Russia launched its brutal invasion, I made clear how the United States would respond. Predicted they would invade, and they surely did. We said we'd not send U.S. troops to fight Russian troops in Ukraine, but we would provide robust military assistance and try to unify the Western world against Russia's aggression. I said I would impose powerful sanctions on Russia and that we destroy this myth that somehow they could continue to move without the rest of the world acting. That we deploy additional forces to defend NATO territories, particularly in the east along the Russian and Belarus borders. That's exactly what we said we would do, and we did. But despite the disturbing rhetoric coming out of the Kremlin, the facts are plain for everybody to see. We're not attacking Russia. We're helping Ukraine defend itself against Russian aggression. And just as Putin chose to launch this brutal invasion, he could make the choice to end this brutal invasion. Russia is the aggressor. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Russia is the aggressor, and the world must and will hold Russia accountable. Russia's continued assault is yielding immense human cost. We've seen them leave behind horrifying evidence of their atrocities and war crimes in the areas they try to control. And as long as the assaults and atrocities continue, we're going to continue to supply military assistance. And I might note parenthetically, you know, there's a dinner this weekend, Celebrate the Press. Think of what the American press has done. The courage it's taken to stay in these war zones. The courage it's taken to report every single day. I've always had respect for the press, but I can't tell you how much respect I have watching them in these zones where they're under fire, risking their own lives to make sure the world hears the truth. Imagine if we weren't getting that information. It'd be a different world. It'd be a different circumstance. In the past 2 months, Russia launched its brutal attack and has moved weapons and equipment to Ukraine. We've moved weapons and equipment to Ukraine in record speed. Thanks to the aid we provided, Russian forces have been forced to retreat from Kyiv. Doesn't mean they're not going to try to come back, but they've retreated thus far. We've sent thousands of anti-armor, anti-missiles, helicopters, drones, grenade launchers, machine guns, rifles, radar systems, more than 50 million rounds of ammunition. The United States alone has provided 10 anti-armor systems for every Russian tank that is in Ukraine, 10 to 1. We're providing Ukraine significant, timely intelligence to help them defend themselves against the Russian onslaught. And we're facilitating a significant flow of weapons and systems to Ukraine from our allies and partners around the world, including tanks, artillery, and other weapons. That support is moving with unprecedented speed. Much of the new equipment we've announced in the past 2 weeks has already gotten to Ukraine, where it can be put to direct use on the battlefield. However, we've almost exhausted what we call, the fancy phrase, the drawdown authority that Congress authorized for Ukraine in a bipartisan spending bill last month. Basically, we're out of money. And so that's why today, in order to sustain Ukraine as it continues to fight, I'm sending Congress a supplemental budget request. It's going to keep weapons and ammunition flowing without interruption to the brave Ukrainian fighters and continue delivering economic and humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian people. This so-called supplemental funding addresses the needs of the Ukrainian military during the critical weeks and months ahead. And it begins the transition to longer-term security assistance that's going to help Ukraine deter and continue to defend against Russian aggression. This assistance would provide even more artillery, armored vehicles, anti-armored systems, anti-air capabilities that have been used so effectively thus far in the battlefield by the Ukrainian warriors. You know, and it's going to deliver much-needed humanitarian assistance as well as food, water, medicine, shelter, and other aid to Ukrainians displaced by Russia's war, and provide aid for those seeking refuge in other countries from Ukraine. It's also going to help schools and hospitals open. It's going to allow pensions and social support to be paid to the Ukrainian people so they have something in their pocket. It's also going to provide critical resources to address food shortages around the globe. Ukraine was one of the world's largest agricultural producers. It typically grows 10% of all the wheat that's shipped around the world. Putin has asserted sanctions are blocking food from Ukraine and Russia getting on the market, the sanctions we've imposed on Russia. Simply not true. Putin's war, not sanctions, are impacting the harvest of food and disrupting the movement of that food by land and sea to nations around the globe that need it. This funding is going to help ease rising food prices at home as well and abroad caused by Russia's war in Ukraine. It's going to help support American farmers produce more crops like wheat and oilseed, which is good for rural America, good for the American consumer, and good for the world. And this supplemental request will use the Defense Production Act to expand domestic production and the reserve of critical materials like nickel and lithium that have been disrupted by Putin's war in Ukraine and that are necessary to make everything from defense systems to automobiles. And I hope Congress will move on this funding quickly. I believe they will. I want to thank Congress, Democrats and Republicans, for their support of the people of Ukraine. And next week, I will be in Alabama to visit Lockheed Martin plant that manufactures the Javelin anti-tank missile we've been sending to Ukraine, and to thank the American workers, thank them for producing the weapons that help stop Russia's advances in Ukrainian cities like Kyiv. Their hard work has played a critical role in ensuring Putin's strategic failure in Ukraine, and they should know that we know it. In addition to this supplemental funding, I'm also sending to Congress a comprehensive package that will enhance our underlying effort to accommodate the Russian oligarchs and make sure we take their ill-begotten gains. We're going to accommodate them. We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains of Putin's kleptocracy and the guys who are the kleptocracies. But these are bad guys. This legislative package strengthens our law enforcement capabilities to seize property linked to Russia's kleptocracy. It's going to create new expedited procedures for forfeiture and seizure of these properties. And it's going to ensure that when the oligarchs' assets are sold off, funds can be used directly to remedy the harm Russia caused in their help build Ukraine. Additionally, yesterday, Russia threatened two of our allies with a cutoff of energy supplies. While America has ended all Russian fossil fuel imports because we're able to use our vast supply of power in our country, some European countries have faced more challenges in reducing their reliance on Russian fuel. Russia has long claimed to be, quote, the reliable source of energy for the world. No matter what the differences are, their customers are always going to be in good shape. But these actions prove that energy is not just a commodity that Russia sells to help meet other countries' needs, but a weapon we use to deploy against those who stand against their aggression. So let me be clear. We will not let Russia intimidate or blackmail their way out of these sanctions. We will not allow them to use their oil and gas to avoid consequences for their aggression. We're working with other nations like Korea, Japan, Qatar, and others to support our effort to help European allies threatened by Russia with gas, blackmail, and their energy needs in other ways. Aggression will not win. Threats will not win. This is just another reminder of the imperative for Europe and the world to move more and more of our power needs to clean energy. In the United States, we're doing that right now. Last year, we developed more solar, wind, and battery storage than any year in our history, enough to power 56 million American homes. Earlier this month, we acted to bolster the reliance on our nuclear energy facilities, which generates more than half of our carbon-free power. And we're just getting started. I look at this as a serious problem, but also an enormous opportunity, Bottom line, all these actions we've been taking are about the truth, this truth. Investing in Ukraine's freedom and security is a small price to pay to punish Russian aggression to lessen the risk for future conflicts. You know, throughout our history, we've learned that when dictators do not pay the price for their aggression, they cause more chaos and engage in more aggression. They keep moving. And the cost, the threats to America and the world keep rising. We can't let this happen. Our unity at home, our unity with our allies and partners, and our unity with the Ukrainian people is sending an unmistakable message to Putin. You will never succeed in dominating Ukraine. Finally, we're going to continue to deliver critical support to Ukraine. We must also not let our guard down in our fight against COVID-19 at home and abroad. That's why I'm again urging Congress to act on my request for $22.5 billion in emergency resources so the American people can continue to protect themselves from COVID-19. The reason we were so successful in the past is because I was able to work with drug manufacturers to order significant quantities of material we needed ahead of time to get in the front of the line. Without additional funding, we can't pre-order the amount of vaccines we need, and we risk losing our spot in line for vaccines that target multiple variants. We're running out of supply for therapeutics, like antiviral pills that we desperately need. Without additional funding, we're unable to purchase a life-saving treatment for the American people. We've donated more vaccines and treatments to the world than all other nations in the world combined. If the U.S. won't do it, no one else is really going to step up and do it. Without additional funding, the United States won't be able to help stop the spread around the world and close off ongoing sources of the supply chain disruptions. Look, let's get both of these critical tasks done. No delays, no excuses, just action, now, now. Thank you all. Thank you.
Mr. President, what's your message to refugees on...
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr.
Watch your head, man. You're going to get hurt. Just turn that camera on.
He's a gentleman. Mr. President, I wanted to ask what your message is to Ukrainian refugees on the southwest border and those that are trying to flee Ukraine from the violence.
We have made a direct means by which they can get from Europe, from Ukraine, directly to the United States without going to the southern border. In the meantime, in the southern border, we're trying to work through and make sure that it's an orderly process they're able to get in. But just so you know, we have said there's no need to go to the southern border. Fly directly to the United States. We set up a mechanism whereby they can come directly with a visa.
Mr. President, thank you. How worried are you by a growing number of Russian comments in the media and among some of their officials painting this conflict as actually already a conflict between NATO, the US, and Russia? And they're painting in very alarmist terms, talking of nuclear weapons, saying it's a life or death struggle, etc. And just separately, or connected to that, Lavrov himself says it's already a proxy war, not a direct war, but a proxy war. So are either of those two things true, and do they worry you, those statements?
They're not true. They do concern me because it shows the desperation that Russia is feeling about their abject failure in being able to do what they set out to do in the first instance. And so I think it's more of a reflection, not of the truth, but of their failure. And so instead of saying that the Ukrainians equipped with some capability to resist Russian forces are doing this, they've got to tell their people the United States and all of NATO is engaged in taking out Russian troops and tanks, etc. So it's number one, it's an excuse for their failure. But number two, it's also, if they really mean it, no one should be making idle comments about the use of nuclear weapons or the possibility of the need to use that. It's irresponsible.
Mr. President, on that, Mr. President,
Mr. President, back on the border, Title 42, a number of your Democratic friends are pressuring the White House to maintain that policy. Can you give us a straight answer whether you're going to heed that request or you're going to get rid of it?
I can give you a straight answer. We had proposed to eliminate that policy by the end of May. The court has said we can't so far, and what the court says we're going to do. The court could come along and say we cannot do that, and that's it.
Mr. President, you say that this is not a proxy war, but Russia clearly disagrees. They say that war means war. So how concerned are you that they may start to act accordingly, even if you disagree?
We are prepared for whatever they do.
What options do you have to ensure Poland and Bulgaria have sufficient supplies of gas?
First of all, as you know, Poland has indicated they have significant reserves of gas that they have planned for, as does, not as much, but as does Bulgaria. And we have worked with our allies from Japan on to say that we may divert our sale of the natural gas that we're sending to those countries and divert it directly to Poland and Bulgaria. So that's as much as I can tell you right now.
Sir, how concerned are you about a recession, given the GDP report today showed a contraction of 1.4% in the fourth quarter?
Well, I'm not concerned about a recession. And I mean, you're always concerned about a recession, but the GDP, fell to 1.4%. But here's the deal. We're also had last quarter consumer spending and business investment and residential investment increased at significant rates, both for leisure as well as hard products, number one. Number two, unemployment is the lowest rate since 1970. A record 4.5 million businesses were created last year. We're in a situation where we have a very different view than Senator Scott of Republicans that want to raise taxes on the middle-class families and want to include half the small business owners in that. So I think what you're seeing is enormous growth in the country that was affected by everything from COVID and the COVID blockages that occurred along the way. Now, you always have to take a look, and no one is predicting a recession now. Some are predicting there may be a recession in 2023. I'm concerned about it, but I know one thing, that if our Republican friends are really interested in doing something about dealing with the economic growth, and they should help us continue to lower the deficit, which we've done last year over $350 billion. They should be willing to work with us to have a tax code that is actually one that works and everybody pays their fair share. And they should be in a position where you shouldn't be raising taxes on middle-class folks. You should be raising taxes on people who everyone acknowledges that the vast majority of Republicans aren't paying their fair share. I've said it 100 times. You have, 50 major corporations of the Fortune 500 companies made $40 billion last year, didn't pay a single penny. No one under our proposal, making their $400,000 a year, will see a penny in their taxes go up, not one penny.
Mr. President, about tying COVID aid to Ukraine aid. Do you think COVID aid and Ukraine aid should be tied together in legislation?
Well, I don't care how they do it. I'm sending them both up. I mean, they can do it separately or together, but we need them both.
Mr. President, Majority Leader Schumer said yesterday that you're, quote, getting closer to using executive authority to cancel up to $50,000 in student loan debt. Can you confirm that? What exactly are you looking to plan to do here in the coming?
You mean my spokesman said that?
Majority leadership.
Look, number one, first thing we did was reform the system that was in place that didn't work for anybody, that allowed people to write off debt if they engaged in public service. We have almost 1,785,000, don't hold me to the exact number, I'll get the number, 700 and some thousand have had debt forgiven, their whole debt forgiven because of their working in either as teachers or other means by which they qualify. And we continue to make that easier. Secondly, I am considering dealing with some debt reduction. I am not considering $50,000 debt reduction, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether or not there will be additional debt forgiveness, and I'll have an answer on that in the next couple weeks.
How high are you looking at?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good morning, everyone. It is with great pleasure and an honor to welcome two of our former very important colleagues back to the House side. I'm going to start with Maria because when she came, she helped us hold a majority in the Congress, and then she went over to the Senate side, and we take great pride and proprietary interest in her leadership there. And of course, Chuck.
Chuck.
But Chuck has been here on a number of occasions. Chuck, the distinguished majority leader, has been here on a number of occasions, and we have taken pride in his service in the House as well. So in that spirit of friendship and respect for our values and our service in the Congress, welcome. Welcome. I'm pleased to be here with Chairman Pallone, the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and again, both of us pleased to be with the two senators, the leader and senators, well, as the House and the Senate announce our plans to bring forward legislation to lower prices at the pump for the American people. The House and the Senate have been hard at work for weeks to address the burden. There's so many suggestions that people have, and we're starting down this path to address the rising gas prices. We call it the Putin price hike. And Putin has something to do with the war. Ukraine has something to do with supply and therefore cost. But there is an ongoing challenge to us that the American people understand very clearly, and that is that big oil has profiteered in this, has exploited the marketplace. This past year, what the report is, they've made over $200 billion in profits. You talked about that on the floor of the Senate yesterday. I'm sure you will hear today. But they are hoarding the windfall while keeping prices high for people at the pump. And this time of war, at any time, there's no excuse for big oil companies to profiteer, to price gouge, or exploit families. That is why Democrats are moving forward with forceful action that will stop and hold accountable oil and gas companies for profiteering and manipulating markets. This is a top priority for all of us. The House and Senate are putting together our bills, led by Mr. Pallone in the House and Chairwoman Cantwell in the Senate. We are confident that what we pass will be signed by the President, we think, and will be strong, tough, and effective. We are laser focused on lowering costs at the pump and across the board, not just at the pump. To that end, we're continuing our conversations to lower food prices. Yesterday, the Agriculture Committee held a hearing to hold meatpacking conglomerates accountable for unfair practices that hurt ranchers and push up prices. Here's the thing. There are many aspects to this, but the price of gas and the price of oil have an impact on the price of many other things, including the price of food. So lowering cost at the pump, lowering cost at the kitchen table, that's what Democrats are about. And again, we're going to be getting down this path with very serious legislation that is for now, recognizing COVID and what that has done to supply the Ukraine, what that has done to supply, but recognizing there is an ongoing exploitation and manipulation that is unfair to America's working families. And so as we address the current challenge, we want it to have benefits on the ongoing. With that, I'm very pleased to welcome the distinguished Majority Leader of the United States Senate, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, Speaker Pelosi, and it's always a pleasure to be back here at the House, since I'm so well remembered, and pleasure to be here, of course, with our great leader of the Commerce Committee, who's been has such brilliant insights into these issues of manipulation, Senator Cantwell, and my dear friend who I served in the House with and who's risen to great heights and done great things, Congressman Pallone. Now,
this is Take Your Children to Work Day, and we have a veteran photographer with us who's been here before, right? Yeah. Back again.
Well, thank you. Welcome. I heard my 3-year-old sing "Don't Fence Me In" on the video this morning, and he said, "I'm Gene Autry." You ever heard of him? No. Okay. All right. So, folks, Democrats are focused like a laser on developing and passing legislation to lower costs and improve Americans' daily lives. It is our top priority, and higher gas prices is the place where Americans feel it the most. We're pushing for legislation to lower the cost of putting food on the table, keep the cost of insulin affordable, help relieve supply chain crisis, increase competition through antitrust enforcement, all areas where Congress can take action to help the American people reduce prices. But passing legislation to fight higher gas prices at the pump is at the very top of our list. The American people didn't send us here to just point fingers of blame at each other. That seems to be what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle do. They don't have any constructive suggestions. They want us to get something done. So today we're outlining just some of the ways Democrats, House and Senate, coming together, can address the pain families are feeling at the pump. Americans know that Russia's unprovoked, vicious, nasty, bitter invasion of Ukraine has contributed to higher prices at the pump. They know that COVID-related supply issues have caused shortages at a time when demand has skyrocketed. These conditions have put consumers over a barrel and make them vulnerable to market manipulation and price gouging. Big oil companies are using both these issues, price gouging, market manipulation, to cash in. As I've mentioned before, and as Nancy has said, I've been talking about this on the floor, oil companies last year made record profits on these tragedies, almost like vultures. We have the Ukraine tragedy, we have the COVID tragedy, and do they try to make things better? No, they come in and make record profits. And what are they doing with those profits? This is what outrages me. Stock buybacks that don't improve a thing, that don't do anything positive. It makes the CEOs feel very good because they've raised the stock price without doing anything to change how productive the company is, by their terms, by our terms, or by any other terms. That money that went into stock buybacks should be going to reduce prices. And if we had a free market economy, not an oligopoly, not a place where manipulation and gouging could be the norm, we'd find that. But that's why we need some real tough legislation. That's why we need some real oversight. The price is going up and up and up. And what are the big oil companies doing? They're not improving production to lower costs. They're not paying their employees more. They're not reducing prices to help our country. Instead, they're helping their CEOs and their biggest wealthy shareholders. It's outrageous. It's time for the FTC to roll up its sleeves and drill down on what's going on at the big oil companies. And very soon, the Senate will confirm Alvaro Bedoya and return the FTC to full strength. And we know from her testimony and her discussions with us that Chairman Khan wants to focus on this issue. We want to give her more tools in addition to the tools she has to do it. Congress must do more to beef up the FTC's ability to crack down on potential gas price manipulation and price gouging. Senate Commerce Committee Chair Cantwell and Energy and Commerce Chair Pallone are leading the charge to come up with legislation to fight against the bad actors who may be using COVID and Ukraine to jack up prices on consumers and pad their profits. And I plan to put that legislation for a vote on the floor of the Senate. Democrats are taking action to help Americans. Our Republican colleagues only lift a finger, point blame, try to seek political advantage, but get nothing done. But when the bills hit the floor, Republicans will face a dilemma. Which side are they on? Of the consumer and lowering gas prices, or on the side of big oil? We'll soon find out. Democrats are committed to working on this, and we're going to continue working with our House colleagues to bring legislation that can bring prices down across the board. Congressman Pallone.
Great. Thank you, Leader Schumer, and our Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, and my colleague, Senator Cantwell, Chairwoman Cantwell. We're here today because big oil is ripping off the American people. And the Energy and Commerce Committee had a hearing just before Easter and Passover with some of the largest oil company executives in the world. And the takeaway was clear, and that is that big oil is choosing to keep production low so that their own profits stay high. And what's happening is American consumers are paying the price while these companies, as Senator Schumer said, just continue to make record profits. So during our hearing, we asked the oil companies to do the right thing and take action to offset the market pressures that have been created by Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. But it was clear that that wasn't going to happen. They're going to keep the prices high, artificially high. In fact, I wanted to mention, I don't know if you're supposed to mention, articles from other news publications, but there was an article in the New York Times just a couple days ago that made it absolutely clear that the oil companies simply will not increase production. The production has only increased about 1 or 2%, in the last few months, and it's way down from what it was before the COVID pandemic. And OPEC, of course, the cartel, is working with the oil companies, according to that article, worldwide to keep production low and prices high. So they're just profiteering, if you will, from this international turmoil, which is fueled really by dictators, right? In other words, we always say that we want to move away from fossil fuels if possible in the future because the fossil fuels are controlled by dictators, Putin and so many others around the world. But in the meantime, if we're really going to keep prices, if we're going to lower prices, we have to have more production. So without the oil companies taking action, Congress has to step in, and that's exactly what we're doing. We have legislation that we're working on between the House, between Senator Cantwell's committee and my committee. And, not to get into the specifics, but basically it would give the FTC and the state AGs increased authority, including civil penalty authority, to go after oil companies and retailers that are gouging their customers, and it would cover both wholesale and retail sales. Now, of course, the oil companies said at our hearing, oh, this isn't our fault, this is the retailer's fault. But that's simply garbage, because the reality is they set the wholesale price, and that's what the retailers buy in order to sell gas at the pump. So the bottom line is what we're saying today is that we're tired of the corporate greed. We're going to step in. We're going to do what's right for the American consumers, and we're going to work together in the House and the Senate to accomplish this. And I have to go to a hearing appropriately with Senator Granholm of our Energy Subcommittee to talk about some of this. But I really appreciate the fact that our Democratic leadership is taking the initiative on this and working with our two committees. And now bring up Senator Campbell.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Well, thank you, Speaker Pelosi. It's great to be over here in the House, and thank you for your tremendous leadership. We're always admiring of it. It's great to be here with Leader Schumer, who has really had a keen focus on these price issues for some time now, and always appreciate his leadership, and Chairman Pallone, who we've been working with on so many issues, our R&D competitiveness, privacy, and now this issue. Elevated pump prices are driving inflation. They're wreaking havoc on American households and their budgets, and they're threatening our post-pandemic recovery and our global competitiveness. In the state of Washington, many of my constituents are paying $4.50 a gallon, and that means that average Washington drivers will be forced to shell out $750 more to fill up this year than they did in 2021. It's even worse for West Coast truckers who are facing diesel costs as high as $6.60 a gallon, and that is driving up the price of every good that is delivered because of those transportation costs. According to a witness that testified before the Senate Commerce Committee, unwarranted pump prices are costing Californians $500 million. $500 million a month more than the previous month because of the high costs. So in order to make sure that we are focusing on these consumers, we want to do everything we can to make sure that we're protecting them. Right now, we see that consumers are spending that they're cutting back on products and services by 1/3 because of those high costs. But as my colleagues have already said, the soaring oil profits that the oil company has seen is likely to top over $125 billion in profits this year. And so far, they have given $40 billion in stock buybacks to boost shareholders. So not only did oil companies already receive $35 billion in tax breaks for incentives to drill, the Trump tax plan and the Republican 2017 tax bill created a new tax giveaway of $85 billion to oil companies. And what are they spending the money on? As you can see from my colleagues, they talked about the shareholders' issues. They're also spending millions of dollars on lobbyists to block any progress on clean energy or climate policy. This is why we are drafting legislation that will protect consumers and make transportation fuel markets more fair and transparent. Legislation can shine a bright light on the gaping hole in the fuel market that is after the oil is refined, which is driving up prices. We know that energy markets can be manipulated. We saw that after Enron with electricity and natural gas. Congress acted and gave new authority to regulate, to basically oversee those markets. Since that authority went in place in 2007, the overseers, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, has seen over $1 billion in fines and penalties against people who have manipulated those markets. We know after the derivative market brought down our whole economy, Congress also gave parallel authority to the Commodities Future Trading Commission to make sure that those future energy markets were also properly policed. Today, they've collected over $4.5 billion in fines. So it's safe to say that shining a bright light on dark energy markets is a very high priority now. We need to make sure that there is a policeman on the beat. And that is why we are working on legislation with our colleagues here in the House to make sure that the FTC has every tool in its capacity to shine that bright light into these dark energy markets. They have some authority now, but they need more tools. They need the tools to follow the information just as FERC and CFTC have done. They need a dedicated team of experts to make sure that they're monitoring those markets and looking out for any suspicious behavior. And they need fines and penalties that will bring about corrective action. One of the witnesses at our Senate Commerce hearing just recently said on this issue, quote, "Transparency is the simplest and cheapest way to lower energy prices." So that's what we're going to be fighting for. So I thank Majority Leader Schumer, Speaker Pelosi, and Chairman Pallone for prioritizing this issue. It's time we move forward on this critical legislation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Leader, our distinguished guests have agreed to be available for questions on this subject. We'll start with that. Yes, ma'am.
Where things stand with respect to the federal gas tax holiday? Is this part of this legislative package? Are you planning to move forward with that? Where do things stand?
What we're putting forth is what we talked about today. There is some interest. There had been some interest in the holiday. The pros of it are that it's good PR. You're asking about it. The cons are that there's no guarantee that the reduction in the federal tax that would be passed on to the consumer. We have now evidence to think that the oil companies would pass that on to the consumer. At the same time, it has to be covered. We have to pay for it because the money would come out of the Highway Trust Fund, and we can't have that shortfall there. So we'd have to pay for it. So the question is it worth having to go get money, to return to cover the shortfall in the trust fund in order to give a break to the big oil companies.
If you ask the American people and all the survey data, what is causing the increase in gas prices? Number one is market manipulation and big oil not giving a break. That is what we're focusing on. Yeah.
The Senate Judiciary Committee is slated to mark up OPEC legislation that would allow the U.S. government to sue OPEC for manipulating energy prices. Is that something that you would bring to the floor in your efforts to bring down?
Well, I have to see the Judiciary Committee's legislation. Obviously, OPEC is a problem, but the number one problem where we have the best effect, the quickest effect, and the most domestic and the most focus is what we're talking about today. Gouging, manipulation. That's number one, and that's what we're focusing on today.
Garrett?
I think the other side of the aisle would say, like you think about what Chairman Pallone just said, so much of oil and gas is produced authoritarian nations, places we can't control. It's unsafe circumstances. Why not encourage more domestic energy production as another solution?
Well, here's the bottom line. They're not even using the money for domestic energy production. They're using it for stock buybacks. They're using it to make their shares go up. They're using it for other things. We wouldn't be here if the oil companies were using it to make the American consumer's price cheaper. They're not doing it.
What's the key issue here is why you need transparency and more enforcement. The tighter the markets, the tighter the supply, the more chances for manipulation. So when you have this condition, if you have a lot of supply, you don't have that problem. Now it's important to have a policeman on the beat. So our colleagues need to answer the question, are they for transparency or are they not?
Yeah. The bottom line is, if you look at what we're doing here, we're shining a light.
Maria.
Bye-bye, Maria. They're busy. They're committee chairman. We can hang around. We're doing two things. We're shining a spotlight. We're picking up the hood and shining a spotlight on how these corporations price and function. And then we're giving the authorities, the FTC and others, the tools to fix what was wrong once they found it. Plain and simple. And that is the number one issue facing the high price in oil company. And you ask the public, they agree. They say COVID and price gouging.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Leader, everyone knows this is a factor in gas prices, but the Energy Department itself said this is a fraction, the area you're talking about, that determines gas prices. How much do you think this could end up saving consumers, and how long would this take?
$200 billion in profits last year, $40 billion in buybacks. It's really, my calculations have it more. If all that went to the consumer, that'd be a lot of money.
But how much and when?
And let me just say this. This is about making change for now and for the future. If you want to talk about this, that, or the other tactic that is for the moment, which may or may not even have a benefit, that's not what this is about. This is about looking. Now, I want to tell you, we've been engaged in negotiations with the other side on budget issues for a long time. And when we were trying to find $200 billion for a budget agreement when President Obama was president, I said in the meeting at the White House, why don't we take $38 billion, why don't we take the $38 billion that are there as an incentive to drill when the companies were making hundreds of billions of dollars in profits? I'm not talking gross, I'm talking net. They're making hundreds of billions of dollars in profit. They do not need an incentive to drill from the taxpayer. $38 billion. Do you know what the Republican response was? Hold on to your hat that you don't have on. They said, why would we take $38 billion from the oil companies when we can just cut Pell Grants to that extent? It's a difference of values. Understand that. And
if you look at the giving, the giving of oil, gas, and coal, a huge percentage of the campaign committees, the Republican Senate, maybe the House too, comes from those three industries. And they're immovable. We asked our Republican colleagues in the Senate a few years ago, do you believe global warming is real? Do you believe it's caused by human activity? Do you believe Congress should do something about it? Only 5 or 6 would say yes.
Yeah, and by the way, one of the things they were trying to do with this was to undo the initiatives that we want to put forth to save the planet from the climate crisis. And so, what? You want to reverse that? And I'll say this, when we have in the Senate and the House legislation to have cleaner government, the legislation, in that legislation, it shines a bright light on big dark money and says we have to get rid of that. The one thing that the Republicans care the most about, we're talking about voter suppression, we're talking about nullification of elections, we're talking about empowering the grassroots, we're talking about commission redistricting, taking away partisan redistricting. The one thing they worry about most is that their big gun money, their dark gun money, their dark fossil fuel money, their gun pharmaceutical money, their dark all of that would be affected by that legislation. So there is a direct connection between this money and public policy and the air that our children breathe and the price that their families pay at the pump, which, as Senator Cantwell said, Madam Chair said, it has an impact on the cost of everything else as well.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Given the fact that you have said, or Schumer has said, that some of the Republicans are immovable on these issues.
That are what?
Are immovable on these issues.
Yeah.
How do you expect to actually pass this legislation, and how does this fit?
Because public opinion. How many times have you ever heard me say, Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. With it, you can do almost anything. Without it, practically nothing. The American people know. Here we have a necessity. The necessity to travel, to go to work, to take kids to school, to bring people to their medical, to meet their medical, whatever it is, it's a necessity to have access to transportation. And what do? Have an exploitation of the work of the consumer, who definitely has the need, doesn't have many other choices, and will hope that the American people weigh in, because we see this so clearly. And I'm on constant Zooms around the country, or visits to the extent possible of COVID around the country. People want to know why we are not doing something about the exploitation of big oil in terms of its impact on America's working families. I'm very excited about this possibility. So let's see how the public weighs in. And let's hope that our Republican colleagues, enough of them, will come down on the side of their constituents and the consumers instead of big oil.
Madam Speaker, it's been almost 100 days since you came out in favor of staffer unions.
I'm talking about this subject now. Do we have any further questions about this? Yes, Chad.
Do you think that the public is blaming Democrats, or will continue
No,
to blame Democrats?
I don't think the public is blaming Democrats. I think they're blaming the oil companies. They will blame all of us if we don't do something about the fossil fuel industry.
But they won't take that out on your side on the midterms, even if you pass this bill and prices don't get back.
No, why would we say that? I don't think what you're saying is making very much sense, frankly. I mean, in all fairness, we're friends. Candor is part of our friendship. The Republicans are standing in the way. The Republicans are standing in the, if, let's hope they don't, if the Republicans stand in the way of us freeing the consumer of the stranglehold of big oil, you think they're going to blame that on the Democrats? You think that. Okay. Yes, sir.
What is your time frame for moving this legislation?
Well, the Senate is ready. Yeah, the Senate is very much, pretty much done. Congress, Madam Chair, on the manipulation piece of it, that's pretty ready. Ours has a little more to be done in the course of the next week. We have a committee work week next week, and we would hope to have all this done pretty soon.
Would it be beyond the market manipulation?
Excuse me?
Would it be beyond the market manipulation piece? Would you have provisions in there that would go beyond the market manipulation language?
We have the market manipulation bill, and then we will have the Pallone bill, which will have other aspects of the exploitation of the worker in that. And they're pretty much done, but again, they want to see where the Senate was on theirs, so so that we could be complementary to all of that. So again, it's price gouging is something that people feel very exploited by, and we don't want this to be we want it to be as constructive as possible, and just set the record straight. We have to transform how people are respected and how we respect the workforce that is there in our oil industry and fossil fuel industry. We're not saying that they're doing anything wrong, but we do think that the management of those companies is anecdotally, people hear these investment calls and they hear them say why they think they're going to have big profits. It isn't that they're going to have big profits because they're being fair to the consumer. It's because they are not going to be fair to the. And there are a lot of consumers and some money from a lot of people make big profits for them to do their buyback, corporate increase in corporate pay and the rest of that. It's not just confined to the oil industry. The food industry has some of this as well, and we'll deal with that as our committee is ready, because we're trying to be as careful as possible, as focused as possible to make the biggest difference as possible for that kitchen table, that powerful table in our country. That is where people make their decisions about how much they can spend on food, how they can spend on rent, car payments, credit card bills, the education of their children, their own retirement, and the rest. That is the heart of the matter for us. And the price of oil has a very big impact on that place. You had a question about the thing? Yeah, we're working on it. That'll come up soon. Yeah.
Is Congressman Levin's resolution, is it going to get any action?
Well, it has to be adjusted, and that's what they're working on. It has just a technicality, and
Congressman Levin said that there is no technicality.
well, I'm telling you that there is, okay?
Thank you.
And one technicality, you call this a technicality or not, is the bill would be about the House and the Senate. We can only act upon the House. If he doesn't think the Senate is a technicality, then okay, but that is the technicality. Well, welcome to our, where'd he go? He was here as a little boy, now he's gotten tall. There he is. Welcome. Welcome. And any other children to work here today?
All of them.
I mean, just the press card.
I thought I saw a little girl earlier. She may have gone into other venues. This may have exhausted her interest here. Welcome, thank you, and nice to see you. Twice as tall as before. That's the way it happened. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, any comment on the McCarthy audio recordings? The McCarthy recordings?
Klobuchar, Schakowsky, and I believe Presley will be joining us as well, who are all fearless advocates and champions for a humane and just immigration system. And today, we are here together to reinforce our complete support for the Biden administration's decision to lift Title 42. Let me be clear. The application of Title 42 by the Trump administration was a cruel, racist, and counterproductive use of health policy to circumvent existing immigration law. It has harmed millions of people who are escaping war and poverty and famine. Title 42 should never have been put in place. The language of Title 42 is quite clear in its wording. It focuses on the danger of introduction of a communicable disease into the United States, but in fact, by the time Title 42 was put in place, COVID was already here, infecting, hospitalizing, and killing our people because the administration at that time, the Trump administration, was still fighting testing and mask mandates and social distancing, real public health measures in America that would have done far more to prevent the spread of the virus than the implementation of Title 42. Notably, Title 42 was not pushed by public health experts. In fact, public health experts wrote a long letter, dozens of them, saying that Title 42 should not have been put in place. It was rather instigated by Stephen Miller, Trump's chief anti-immigrant architect, who was hell-bent on eliminating all legal pathways into the United States. So the dubious public health rationale for Title 42 became an overt national immigration and border security strategy that essentially overturned current immigration law and takes away the legal rights enshrined in domestic and international law that migrants have to seek safety and asylum here in the United States. And during this time of great global crisis, I have to point out that Title 42 isn't just xenophobic, it's also hypocritical. We are all rightly concerned with providing safety to the tragic flow of refugees coming from Russia's illegal war on Ukraine. But let us be clear about the racism that exists when it comes to Black and brown people seeking asylum at our borders. Title 42 has disproportionately affected Black and brown people, and we must stop discriminating against people based on where they are coming from. We should be equally concerned with responding to migrants' need for safety and security, whether from Ukraine, Haiti, El Salvador, or Guatemala. The answer to our broken patchwork of outdated immigration laws in America is not Title 42. It is to pass humane and just immigration reforms that prioritize legal pathways for people to escape war, to be reunited with their families, and to seek a better life. And shame on anyone, Republican or, frankly, Democrat, who uses or buys into the use of immigrants as a political football at the same time that they, as do all of us, benefit from the labor and the contributions of undocumented and documented immigrants, of asylees, refugees, and others who have made this country home. I am a proud immigrant and one of only 24 naturalized citizens to serve in Congress, and my path to naturalization took me 17 years to citizenship. And before coming to Congress, I spent 2 decades as an immigrant rights activist, so I know firsthand how broken our so-called system is. People can't get in line because there simply isn't one. And I remind you again that the right to seek asylum at our borders is a legal right enshrined in international treaties that the United States is party to and in our own domestic law. So I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle not to be afraid to lean into that, to clearly counter and contrast Democrats from the Republican xenophobia with our own embrace of the contributions and resilience of immigrants from all over the world and the continued fight for a fair and humane immigration system. That is who we are. Title 42 is a policy failure, plain and simple. It does nothing to prevent COVID from being spread, and by circumventing immigration law, it actually goes against the principles on which our country was founded. So ending it was the right decision. It was the only decision, and that is why today the Congressional Progressive Caucus will release a statement echoing that of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus that we will not support any legislative attempts to reinstate Title 42. And with that, let me turn it over now to a great colleague, the chair of the Immigration Task Force of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Congressman Chuy Garcia.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Once again, as an immigrant myself, along with my colleague from Washington, I want to reiterate to President Biden that we expect him to follow through on his promise to end Title 42 provisions by May 23rd. Lest we forget that the Trump administration's cruel anti-immigrant policies have left hundreds of children separated from their families, some permanently. It kept thousands more in overcrowded, unsanitary detention centers and terrorized immigrant communities like my neighborhood in Chicago, where I've lived for over 50 years. Let's be totally clear. This has never been about public health. Let me say it out loud. Title 42 needs to go. To my fellow Democrats who will be caving under political pressure, I want to reiterate. It would be a huge mistake for Democrats to shy away from dismantling this cruel plank of Trump's anti-immigrant agenda. Pandemic-related restrictions are being lifted across the country, yet Title 42 restrictions remain in place. But just last month, that double standard was created when Ukrainian refugees were granted exemption from Title 42 restrictions to enter the U.S. They should be allowed here. It's the right thing to do, but that should be the policy for all those seeking political asylum. So let me be clear. Those refugees should be admitted, but Black and Latino immigrants, including Haitians and Mexicans and Central Americans fleeing dire situations, must be treated with the same dignity. In fact, some immigrants in Latin America are coming from countries with higher vaccination rates than Ukraine, making any public health justification to keep Title 42 in place fall flat on its face. Instead of bowing to election year pressures and the anti-immigrant tactics of the right, Democrats must support President Biden and his commitment to end Title 42 restrictions as soon as possible. Immigrants deserve more than lip service. It's time to end Title 42 on our terms, not leaving it to the courts to do the politically difficult but morally right thing to do. No more delays, no more lip service. Let's end Title 42.
All right. Thank you so much, Congressman Garcia. And now, great pleasure to introduce my friend and a real champion for an inclusive southern border and an inclusive country, Congresswoman Veronica Escobar.
Thank you, Pramila. Buenas tardes. Soy Verónica Escobar y yo represento la comunidad brillante y segura del Paso, Texas, en la mera frontera. Estoy aquí para decir que apoyo la decisión de la administración para ya al fin rechazar Título 42, una póliza que no nos protege y que hace las cosas en la frontera peor. I represent the incredible, vibrant community of El Paso, Texas, right on the U.S.-Mexico border. And two quick points that I would like to make. I think it's important always to remind our colleagues and the public that Title 42 is a CDC policy. I disagree with it. I don't think it promoted public health, but it is a policy under CDC that is linked to the pandemic. Anyone who is encouraging the president to usurp the CDC authority is going down a troubling policy path. In the future, would we encourage, or actually, would we have encouraged Donald Trump to go around CDC policy for vaccinations? I mean, we cannot politicize these decisions. And again, while I disagreed with Title 42 from the beginning, don't think it made us any safer, don't think it helped with the public health emergency that was the pandemic, at the height of the pandemic, we have to follow science. That's what Democrats have said all along. And we should not be encouraging the president to go around the CDC. The second point that I'd like to make is that when we talk about root causes of migration, one of the root causes that we fail to mention is Congress's inaction on immigration reform. My colleague and our chairwoman for the CPC mentioned the need for comprehensive immigration reform. It's been nearly 30 years, it's been nearly 3 decades since Congress reformed immigration laws. When that happened under the Clinton administration, it actually narrowed legal pathways and made more people deportable. We should have learned that narrowing legal pathways only increases irregular migration. And we've tried it the Republicans' way for decades. We've addressed migration not through congressional action, not through legislation. We have addressed migration at the border by hardening the border. So let me ask you, hundreds of miles of wall in, 2.5 years of Title 42 in, has migration been deterred, mitigated? Has it ended? No. In fact, we are seeing historic numbers. So the Republicans' strategy is a failure. It is time for Congress to do its job. But let me tell you why our Republican colleagues don't want to do their job, why they won't work with us or vote for any of the bills that we have brought forward in the House. It's because the status quo works for them. Title 42 especially works for them. When they announce the numbers of encounters at the border, just remember, those numbers include what are called recidivists, individuals that make multiple attempts. So there have been reports of migrants making dozens of attempts. Does that represent dozens of people? In their data, it does. In reality, it does not. So they love Title 42. It inflates the numbers and helps them push this xenophobic rage machine that they believe will help them get elected and reelected. If they truly wanted to address what's happening at the border, let's look at the root cause that we can control today: passing immigration reform. So I want you all to ask them why they haven't done that. One more quick moment in history that I want to share with you all. The last opportunity we had to pass some immigration reform was in 2013. Almost 10 years ago, The Senate, on a bipartisan basis, passed comprehensive immigration reform that included records amounts of funding for border security. So the Republicans got millions of dollars more in border security than they dreamed of. In fact, one Republican senator said it was overkill, and they got it done in the Senate. What stopped it in the House? It was the Tea Party Republicans. Some of the same people who are still in Congress today and who are the same people pointing the finger at Democrats and at President Biden. If it weren't so tragic, it would be laughable, but it is tragic. Because, again, they have Americans, they're feeding Americans xenophobia and really a steady diet of hate. Congresswoman Jayapal and I just came from a House Judiciary Committee hearing with Secretary Mayorkas. All you have to do is watch that, and all that the Republicans are doing now is basically acting and preparing not to solve problems if they take the majority, but to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. That's it. That's all they want to do, because it will keep Americans fed on a steady diet of hate. We are here to say that we are the solutions party. We are the party that wants to address the issues in a way that maintains the dignity of everybody at the border: migrants, law enforcement, and great communities like mine. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you so much, Congresswoman Escobar. And now I'd like to invite up a dear friend of immigrants for decades now, Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky from Illinois.
Thank you. So Title 42 is a xenophobic and racist relic of the last administration. It was never justified as a public health measure, and senior CDC experts have objected to the policy from its inception. Epidemiologists and medical experts have reported and confirmed that Title IX has not done anything for public health and is not a responsible policy. And just this month, the CDC acknowledged that Title 42 policy is unnecessary and, quote, that numerous tools for disease prevention, mitigation, and treatment, unquote, that we already have available are those that should be used. We know that Republicans will use their thinly veiled excuses to really hide the kind of racism that we have seen over and over again. And you know that we know that, and I speak also as a first-generation American myself, that we are a nation of immigrants. Yes. And if we ask the American people, as we have in polling, and poll after poll says that the American people believe that there should be a pathway to citizenship. They don't want to see people incarcerated. They don't want to see people turned back to countries where they are in severe dangers. They don't want people to be suffering day after day. And so we need to continue to fight. The activists have been with us for decades. You know, we have been marching down the street for forever. You know, Chewy and I in the city of Chicago, it's got to be, I think, almost 30 years that we've been doing this. But I continue to say, when we fight, we win. Cuando luchamos, ganamos.
Thank you so much, Representative Schakowsky. And last but certainly not least, from the great state of Massachusetts, the indomitable and fearless Ayanna Pressley.
All right, inimitable.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here today as we reiterate our support for President Biden's repeal of this fundamentally racist, unjust, and cruel Title 42 order. Thank you to our indomitable champion and leader of the CPC, Congresswoman Jayapal, our colleagues and the organizers, and our partners here today, working day in and day out to affirm the dignity and humanity of our immigrant neighbors. This unconscionable, racist, and xenophobic Trump-era policy was in effect for too long. It did nothing but inflict unspeakable hurt and harm on migrants, particularly Black and brown migrants, denying millions their fundamental right to seek asylum. We've heard of thousands of reports of harrowing violence, of murder, of kidnapping, of rape, of torture against migrants and asylum seekers expelled to Mexico due to Title 42. This policy was never about keeping anybody safe, period. This Trump-era policy was always about stoking anti-immigrant fear and hate and undermining our humanitarian obligations to asylum seekers in this country. Now, earlier this month, after years of relentless organizing and mobilizing, President Biden acted decisively. And we applaud the administration for heeding our calls to do away with this harmful policy. This long overdue action will save lives and move us closer to a more fair and effective asylum system for all. And again, we commend the administration for its action. And in case this seems like a Washington fight, as someone representing the third largest concentration of the Haitian diaspora and co-chair of the Haiti caucus, this is about people. This is about families. This is about the ability, quite literally, to live, to survive. This is about the fundamental human right to flee violence, whether you're fleeing Ukraine or Haiti. Our destinies are tied. And so when we talk about this contrast, really what we want is equitable outrage, equitable compassion, and an equitable federal policy response. That's right. The impact of these unjust policies, the separated families, the lives lost, the lives forever changed, can be felt deeply across my district, the Massachusetts 7th. We have a responsibility to change course and lead with compassion. We have a responsibility to treat asylum as the fundamental human right that it is, and I am pleased that the administration is making progress in rebuilding our asylum process. It is long past time that we treat all people with dignity, respect, humanity, and the compassion they deserve. Again, whether they are fleeing the violence and bloodshed in Ukraine or Haiti, we see you. We value your life, and you deserve the right to seek asylum. It is the right thing to do. It is the compassionate thing to do. And it is exactly, and I'll just end on this point, this is not benevolence or charity. This is a leadership response that is responsive to the needs of the broad and diverse coalition that elected this president, that delivered him to the White House. So I stand proudly in solidarity with the organizers and members of Congress who brought us together today to continue this work.
Thank you so much. So I also want to just thank all of the activists that are with us today and millions more around the country that have been working on this issue for so long. And I think we have a minute or two for any questions. Please, please.
Bueno, el presidente tiene que cumplir con la ley, si así lo dictamina algún magistrado que tiene la autorización, pero el presidente también tiene la responsabilidad de cumplir con su palabra. Él tiene hasta el 23 de mayo para cumplir, para terminar con esta política por las razones que ya hemos elaborado. Sería lo correcto y creo que cumplir con la palabra es lo más importante. Esta política no tiene justificación, es tiempo de terminarla. Si las cortes hacen alguna intervención, eso puede cambiar la situación. Lo importante aquí es cumplir la promesa. Desafortunadamente hay temores políticos, pero aquí es importante que seamos leales al principio de la justicia, a mantener la tradición de recibir a la gente que busca el asilo político, no obstante su país de origen. Gracias.
They have called votes, so we got to run, but thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Our country. Now, we first noticed fentanyl on a smaller scale in 2013, and following a trend in the northeast part of the country, we realized that we would be dealing with this issue. In 2017, we teamed up with HIDA, who purchased Narcan for our officers to assist individuals that were believed to be in opioid overdose crisis. And that has paid great dividends with us being able to save lives and assist in saving lives on the front line with our first responders and try to make a difference and get people the help and the treatment that they need. Beyond that, in 2020, we at HPD formed an overdose investigation squad in our narcotics division, which also has DEA agents and other federal partners working on that overdose investigation squad, which also continues to pay great dividends in us combating this problem with our federal partners. So the Houston Police Department today, we are proud to host ONDCP Director Dr. Gupta and all of our federal and local partners as we work together to combat what we really know is a very complex problem. Now, at this time, it's my pleasure to bring up my friend, my colleague, Mike McDaniel, the Director of the Houston HIDA, who will be followed by Dr. Gupta. Mike.
Thank you. I'm real happy today to be here and that honored that Dr. Gupta chose Houston as one of the places to come. And quite frankly, one of the primary reasons is law enforcement, treatment and prevention partners all represented up here today. You have agency, federal, state, and local agency heads here. We're all working together with our treatment and prevention partners to accomplish one common goal. And we're trying to address this epidemic, and we're trying not to do it the same old way. We're actually trying to get all the brightest minds in our community together to address this epidemic that you're going to hear is just ever increasing. And we're sounding the alarms, and we're doing everything we can. And again, I am so honored. Dr. Gupta, as the ONDCP Director, is the right man for the right time to be here. And I'm very honored to have you here, and thank you for your attendance here.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you for joining us. I want to thank Chief Matt Slinkard here to invite us and be a great host at Houston PD here, and all the great men and women in uniform that he's leading, and as well as the interagency partners. I also want to especially thank Mike Daniels. The great work that is being done by Houston HIDA is exemplary. Today I'm here and I'm really pleased to announce the $275 million in funding for the 33 regional high-intensity drug trafficking area programs across the United States, including nearly $12 million for Houston high-intensity drug trafficking area program. Now, what are they doing? Well, let me tell you, they are actually working to disrupt and dismantle the drug trafficking and money laundering organizations and reduce the supply of illicit drug in cities like right here in Houston and communities all across the nation. This funding of $275 million will provide additional resources that are critical to the ongoing work of the men and women on the front lines of stopping the overdose epidemic, some from whom I heard about today. These new funds will support their work and will build upon the Biden administration's national drug control strategy that I announced last week. Now, let me tell you why. We are right now facing a crisis of overdose deaths. Latest numbers tell us that we've had almost 107,000 deaths from drug overdose that have occurred up until the 12-month period until November 2021. What does that mean? That means that there's an American perishing to drug overdose every 5 minutes around the clock. Now, this is an urgent priority for President Biden. This is about going after the bad guys and making sure that we are saving lives. So our strategy really focuses on the two big drivers of the epidemic: untreated addiction and the drug trafficking. And it unveils a renewed focus on disrupting transnational criminal organizations and their illicit financial networks and supply chains. We have already brought the international community together recently to control fentanyl precursor chemicals. And President Biden's budget proposal includes substantial increased investments for border security and supply reduction, including about $300 million more for Customs and Border Protection and about $300 million more for the Drug Enforcement Administration. Now, today's funding for HIDAs across the nation will support those ongoing efforts to prevent overdoses and address drug trafficking and related violent crime by, first of all, supporting the illicit drug-related investigation and interdictions efforts nationwide. And secondly, sustaining our investment in HIDA overdose response strategy, which is a unique collaboration with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to improve real-time response to overdoses across the nation. In addition, this funding supports new initiatives to reduce the violence associated with drug trafficking, refine interdiction efforts through enhanced data sharing and targeting, as well as dismantle the illicit finance using innovative approaches, including cryptocurrency investigations. And we'll get this done by leveraging the strategic partnerships with federal agencies, academic institutions, nonprofit organizations, the private industry, and state and local law enforcement and investigative agencies. The bottom line is this: we have to hit the drug traffickers where it hurts them the most, and it's their wallets. We got to go through looking at the entire process of illicit financing, including illicit drug trade, trafficking, production, supply chain, financing, enabling of drug trafficking, all of it. Through the President's strategy, we will work to more than triple the number of drug traffickers sanctioned and increase our border security. We'll continue our important work with other nations as well to make it more costly for drug trafficking organizations in every way possible. This work is critical because, let me be very clear, today in America, if it is easier to get illicit drugs than to get treatment, we're never going to be able to bend the curve on overdoses. And that is exactly why, while we work with going after the drug traffickers, we must make sure that we are quickly getting people the help that they need. Why is that? Because the reality is today, only 1 out of 10 people who have a substance use disorders have access to treatment. And that's just unacceptable. The President's strategy will expand evidence-based public health interventions that prevent overdose deaths, like naloxone, an opioid reversal antidote, and increase access to treatment and recovery support services. The strategy also directs federal agencies to work with state, local, and tribal communities to expand efforts to prevent substance use among school-age children and young adults. Because we know that if we invest in prevention when people are young, they are much less likely to develop a substance use disorder later in life. And the strategy also includes specific actions to improve access to medications for opioid use disorder programs in jails, in prisons, and identifying ways to advance racial equity in investigations, in arrests, and sentencing for drug-related offenses while strengthening public safety. Now, our new strategy is a whole-of-government approach, and from President Biden on down, we're all committed to this mission. We're committed to working with leaders from red states and blue states because, you know what, the overdose epidemic does not care about an individual's politics. We know all that. We know that. Now, it's going to take all of us working together to address this new challenge that we face today. And I know that together, through new funding for HIDA programs and the President's comprehensive strategy, we can beat this, and we can save lives. So thank you very much. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce Daniel Como, the Special Agent in charge of the DEA right here in Houston. Dan.
Thanks, Doctor.
Daniel Como, Drug Enforcement Administration, the Special Agent in charge for the Houston Field Division. First of all, I want to thank HPD for allowing us to be here, all of my federal, state, county partners, and especially the treatment community. The treatment community is a big part of this, and it is very welcome, especially from the federal side, that we're teaming up with you guys to take care of this problem, so thank you. Look, the citizens of Houston, right now, you're really in a good place because all of us that's standing up here together is working as one. We're working as one team to really take care of all of Houston and to do our job to put the bad guys in jail, also to get treatment for those who need it, and to work as one to make sure this whole city is safe. The prosecutors are on board from the federal and the county to work with us to make sure we accomplish our mission. Unfortunately, this past year in Harris County, the fentanyl overdose is the leading cause for overdose in Harris County. Fentanyl, something we have to get a handle on. Everyone has to understand that this fentanyl is 100 times stronger than heroin. If you think about it, 100 times stronger than heroin. It can cause an overdose immediately. One pill can kill. And unfortunately, there's so many counterfeit pills out there. And if you make one mistake one day and take one of these counterfeit pills, your life can be over with. This is something that we really have to work on stopping the community from even having access to get them, but also providing the necessary treatment to make sure that those who are addicted can do their very best to get off of it, and also have the awareness out there for you just not to take that one pill. If it's not from a legitimate pharmacy or prescribed by a doctor, just don't do it, because one pill can kill. According to the DEA lab, 4 out of 10 pills, 4 out of 10 of these counterfeit pills will cause an overdose. That's way too many. Way too many. Too many lives are being lost. And right now, look, if you don't hear anything else from anybody up here, just remember that one pill can kill. If it's not from a legitimate doctor, a legitimate pharmacy, just say no and don't do it. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joy Alonso from Texas A&M University, and as a member of the treatment and public health community, we are thrilled to be partnered with HIDA, and we were thrilled about the ONDCP strategy released on April 21st, indicating some of the key strategies and innovations that are going to be promoted by the White House ONDCP. They are very well aligned, and we look forward. We need the collaboration of the medical and treatment sectors and public health sectors with the public safety sectors. That is a key collaboration, and we can't be successful without the partnership. Some of the partnerships that we've actually been engaged in with HIDA in the past 18 months include helping proliferate education and awareness and promoting the One Pill Can Kill campaign. Right now, we're actually making plans to teach the Corps of Cadets at Texas A&M the One Pill Can Kill awareness campaign. Additionally, one of the first naloxone rescue kits, Carry Naloxone, Save a Life billboards, is going to be proliferated in Texas, in the Victoria area and the Houston area, promoting naloxone as a rescue. I know you've heard a lot about naloxone from Dr. Gupta, from some of the other representatives here today. I'm going to show it to you. Every citizen in the state of Texas can have and carry naloxone. And what we're hoping is through this partnership that we can distribute across Texas to everyone, you know, a naloxone rescue kit. I'm going to show you how easy it is to rescue somebody. There's no cap. You just take it out of this foil packet. You don't have to shake it. You don't have to do anything. You put it up somebody's nose. Watch this. You just saved a life. That's as easy as it gets. You know, this is the easiest rescue you will ever effect in your entire life. So we want to make sure the Houston PD, we're thrilled that they have access to this key rescue and key initiative. But we want to make sure every PD, every public health provider, every treatment center, every recovery community has naloxone rescue kits that they can easily provide, that there are no barriers to naloxone rescue kits. Another innovative program that we've developed with HIDA is to deliver naloxone rescue kits to people who are post-incarceration. You are never more at risk for an overdose than when you've just been released from incarceration, enforced abstinence. Additionally, in abstinence-based treatment, you are never more at risk than when you leave an abstinence-based program. It's a chronic relapsing disease state that is going to take every single asset we have, both public and private, to work together in the public health and public safety arena. So thank you so very much. We are thrilled to be here and to represent Texas A&M and University of Texas and the University of Houston, who are all massively engaged in this effort with HIDA and the other state, local, and federal assets. Thank you.
So as we wrap up and get into our question period here for just a second. Dr. Gupta, you and your team, I just want to take a special moment and just tell you, you know, I know you've heard from our mayor, Sylvester Turner, who very much wanted to be here with you today, but had other business to take care of. But we have a representative from Mayor Turner's office here today as well. And would you like to come up and say something on behalf of Mayor Turner's office? I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. My name is Ray Andrews. I'm with the Mayor's Office of Public Safety, Homeland Security, more specifically the Houston Crackdown Anti-Drug Community Coalition. We've had a long-standing relationship with Office of National Drug Control Policy and certainly the HPD and many of the treatment service providers here. We look forward to taking advantage of some of the resources that ONDCP will be distributing here among the local community and arming citizens with the information and necessary tools that they may need to use at any given time. And so on that, Dr. Gupta, Mike, and Haida, and the rest of you, we certainly appreciate the opportunity to work with you and look forward to doing that. Thank you very much.
At this time, obviously, we'll open up to questions for Dr. Gupta or any of the other HIDA executive board members or other guests that have joined us today.
I'll leave it up to the Chronicle if you want. 26 doesn't have any.
Yes, I would like to see, I mean, if any of you can give a little bit of background about the evolution of the opioid crisis here in our region, Houston and perhaps Texas also, as opposed to what is more known, which is more, you know, north, east. So how is it, how has it evolved here in the southwest border?
Mike, I don't know if you want to speak on behalf of HIDA. I mean, I can locally for HPD, but if you can probably handle it as a region for HIDA.
The real simple, the fentanyl and the amazing profit margin for the cartels of getting it here and getting it on the streets. And it is actually so easy to get it in the counterfeit pill. That's our most frequently in times that we've encountered that. But it's the incredible profit margin that the cartels are actually hitting our local region here. And quite frankly, we've got to do something about it, especially as Sac Como was talking about, the one pill can kill, and we're trying to get that awareness. But it's from the fentanyl coming from, the illicit fentanyl coming from Mexico into our region, and it's winding up in the counterfeit pills. I don't know if you have anything else to add, Dave?
No, look, I want to end on that by saying we recognize how big of a problem it is with all of our law enforcement partners. That's why we're creating these new teams right now as we speak. We're putting new teams out there just to combat this problem. And we're all taking our extremely talented officers and agents from different groups and putting them in one group to attack this problem. So this is very important to the law enforcement community and the prosecutors, where we're really taking the stars from other groups just to go after this problem.
Another question for any of you. You know, we know about the opioid crisis, drug crisis, where the opioid is playing so much as a role. But, you know, below the death, there must be who knows how many. Is there any, you know, guess for every death, perhaps such and such, or something to give an idea of it?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, you know, in the strategy, and I'll start with the strategy, why that's important, because we have an American dying, as I said, every 5 minutes around the clock. But you should really look at that, the 107,000 deaths, as the tip of the iceberg. Now, beneath that tip is people who are having non-fatal overdoses. And if you look at that sea of non-fatal overdoses, it varies. When I spoke with the governor from Maine, that ratio is 14-1. In states like Michigan, it's 10-1. So it's varying, but what we do know, behind the 107,000, there are millions of people who may be going through the non-fatal overdose. And that is why it's important for us, when we look at the strategy, to look at naloxone saving a life with treatment meeting people where they are, but then not leaving them there. Because one of the things is that for the first time, harm reduction in the history of this nation, harm reduction with activities like naloxone is important to be able to save people and meet them where they are. But at the same time, we have to get them into treatment and they offer the opportunity. But it's also important to go after profits, but also look at the data piece, because I think there's a lot more people with non-fatal overdose, the second layer of the pyramid. And the last layer of pyramid is probably the widest, which is the people who are suffering from substance use disorder or addiction. The reason that's important is we have less than 1 in 10 people who is getting the treatment that they need. So we have so much of a treatment desert. And the strategy really looks at making sure that we not only provide treatment to high-risk populations, like those behind the walls, making sure that people who are overdosing non-fatally, they're also getting opportunity for treatment, communities of color, and high-risk other populations, but also at the same time making sure that we work to have access for anyone who wants treatment to get treatment by the year 2025. It's a very important in the country as great as ours to ensure universal access to treatment, to be able to get that. That's the only way we're going to be able to get people the help they need, when they need it, where they need it.
Last question. So in that base, I'm really interested in non-death, not overdose deaths, but all the rest, and as you say, the biggest part of the pyramid, those that are suffering addiction. Because quite frequently, I found people that say, I don't believe that. Or say, I read a story and people say, I don't think, that's so rare. And I'm like, no, it's not that rare. I mean, there might be somebody at the corner of your street, but it's difficult to convey that because the image that people have about addiction is, the guy under the bridge, right? So can you please tell something, a message to the average people?
So one of the biggest factors that keeps us in sometimes a stage of not recognizing this as a disease, and addiction is a brain disease that has consequences beyond the brain, obviously, and it impacts individuals' lives, their ability, but also their family and their friends and community and neighborhood. But that's exactly what stigma is. So when we're talking about stigma. We're talking about the importance of making sure naloxone that Dr. Alonso spoke about and others and I have, it is a life-saving tool. We don't have the same feeling oftentimes with CPR or AED because you're saving somebody's life. We need to make sure that this is also looked upon as a tool to save a life, understanding that every life is precious. So I think that's one of the issues is the ability for people to understand that people are suffering from substance use disorder. It is widely prevalent, but we have to recognize and create systems, and that's exactly what the strategy calls for in order to address people's conditions. But at the same time, we also have to address stigma. We have to address inequities in the system, and that's exactly part of what the strategy tries to do. And the work has to be done at the intersection of public health and public safety. And that's where partnerships of groups like HIDA comes in. That's why high-intensity drug trafficking areas, leaders just like those, like Mike McDaniel and his team here in Houston is so important, so vital, because we can no longer afford to work in our own silos. We must break down those silos and work. The public health community and public safety community must work together. So, we have leaders here. It's not by mistake that we have not only leaders from public safety, but also we have public health. We have drug-free communities, folks here as well, Lauren and Pyle, because that signifies the importance of working together.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for your attendance. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good job.
is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to this morning's hearing on oversight of the Department of Homeland Security. Before we begin, I'd like to remind members that we have established an email address and distribution list dedicated to circulating exhibits, motions, or other written materials that members might want to offer as part of our hearing today. If you'd like to submit materials, please send them to the email address that's been previously distributed to your offices, and we'll circulate the materials to members and staff as quickly as we can. I will now recognize myself for an opening statement. The Department of Homeland Security was founded after the September 11th attacks, and as the years passed, the department has taken on new threats and challenges unimagined by Congress in 2002. We are pleased to welcome you to the committee today, Secretary Mayorkas. I will speak plainly. You inherited a mess when you took over the department, and no one can solve overnight the problems left for you by the previous administration. Through neglect and often malice, your predecessors more or less dismantled our immigration system and ignored the grave and growing threat of domestic terrorism. You have made important progress in these and other areas. There's still a lot of work to do ahead of you to address the many challenges that remain. You are responsible for guarding our national security from threats, both old and new, and as varied as cybersecurity attacks, natural disasters, foreign terrorists, and homegrown violent terrorists, extremists. America faces a multitude of challenges. One of the greatest modern threats to our homeland is the danger posed by violent far-right extremists and white supremacists. 2020 had the highest number of domestic terror incidents and plots in over 30 years. 66% of those were by white supremacists, extremist militia members, and other violent far-right extremists. These groups recruit online, spread misinformation and conspiracy theories, scapegoat minority groups, prey on COVID-19 fears, and undermine Americans' confidence in our institutions. But rather than act, the previous administration obstructed. They were so afraid of confronting this threat, they tried to prevent DHS from even using the term domestic terrorist internally. The Trump administration demoted an agency leader who tried to sound the alarm. They shelved reports detailing the growing threat. They permitted conspiracy theories, disinformation, and calls for violence to flourish until the threat became too large to contain. The scourge of domestic terrorism and far-right extremism is sadly now a part of our daily life. And unlike your predecessors, Mr. Secretary, we do not have the luxury of hiding from the problem with our heads in the sand. Because the truth is, domestic terrorists are killing not just Americans, but the values that define us as a country. They recruit by sowing distrust in our public institutions, spreading lies to divide Americans, and casting blame on minority groups. Domestic terrorism isolates us, not just by inflicting violence in our communities, but also by defining certain members of those communities as other. They target the spaces we should feel safest, our houses of worship, our community pillars, and our houses of learning. We also know that of the violent extremists, it is lone wolf actors who pose the most unpredictable threat. The violent anti-Semitic, anti-Asian, racist, anti-immigrant discourse that has permeated our society encourages the creation of lone wolf actors. While many of our brave constituents have stood against these unprecedented levels of hateful discourse, a dangerous, radicalized few will take this discourse as gospel and consider it a blessing to act. To see the corrosive harm of this dangerous rhetoric, you don't have to look beyond our nation's diverse immigrant population, who are the backbones of our communities, and who, generation after generation, have borne the brunt of discrimination, fear-mongering, and inhumane immigration policies. A fair, humane, and functioning immigration system is vital to our national security interests. The Department has jurisdiction over much of our immigration system, including our borders, the adjudication of legal immigration benefits, and humanitarian protections for migrants. The previous administration did all it could to break our immigration system. We all know about the abhorrent family separation policy, under which children were literally kidnapped from their mothers and fathers with no plans to reunite them, and their attempts to end the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA program. However, it is important to remember that the previous administration also did everything within its power to block legal pathways to our immigration system. The Trump administration virtually shut down our nation's refugee program, implemented a Muslim ban, and brought immigration benefits processing to a crawl, nearly bankrupting U.S. citizenship and immigration services and implementing policies that resulted in historically high processing delays. Under your leadership, Secretary Mayorkas, the department has done a great deal to reverse many of these terrible policies, creating a separation task force to reunite families, ending the Muslim ban, and rulemaking by DACA. The department has also worked to streamline and improve processing for all legal immigration applications. However, these changes will take time to bear fruit, and other reforms have been stymied in the courts. Further, we continue to face Senate inaction on bipartisan immigration reform bills shepherded through the House by this committee. Despite these challenges, there is much more to be done. We are at a pivotal moment in the struggle for our country's identity, for our safety, and for our dignity. History will judge us, and future generations will remember us based on how we comport ourselves during this time of polarization, cruelty, and divisiveness. Your leadership, Mr. Secretary, can help guide our trajectory through the darkness and into a new day. I am looking forward to hearing how you intend to fight white supremacy and online radicalization of far-right extremists and to restore our nation's reputation as one that is welcoming to immigrants and refugees. I thank you for appearing today, and I look forward to your testimony. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's intentional. It's intentional. It has to be. The chaos on our southern border is not an accident. It's deliberate. It's on purpose. It's by design. President Biden on day one said there'll be a moratorium on deportations. He ended remain in Mexico. He terminated agreements with Northern Triangle countries, and he stopped building the wall. Those policies, done intentionally, have led to all kinds of bad outcomes. First, maybe most importantly, we get a record number of migrants coming to the border, 2.4 million. And that's the ones we know about. That doesn't count the so-called gotaways who get in that we don't have an accurate count on, but we know it's a big number. Paying cartels, smugglers, all these people paying bad guys to get them into the United States. And those cartels aren't just moving people, they're moving drugs as well. Drugs like fentanyl that is killing so many Americans, causing so much heartache for so many American families. And drugs get in because of the stress 2.4 million migrants put on our agents. Stress like Bishop Evans faced when he tragically, heroically, gave his life trying to save 2 migrants drowning. And of course, there's the bad things that happen to the people who make the journey, particularly women and children. Americans want legal immigration. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas want illegal immigration. They want illegal migrants to come, stay, and never go home. Now, the Secretary won't say that. In fact, he says everything's just fine. He said it yesterday in 2 congressional hearings. He said it last September. Quote, "The border is secure," he told us. In the 15 months Joe Biden has been president, 2,498,224 illegal migrants have been apprehended at our border. Hundreds of thousands of others that we didn't catch, the gotaways, have also entered our country, and the Secretary says the border is secure. Think about last year. March of last year was the highest month on record for illegal migrants encountered at our southern border. Highest month in history until the month of April. And April was the highest month on record for illegal migrants coming to our country until the month of May. And May was the highest month on record until the month of June. And June was the highest month on record until the month of July, when 213,593 illegal migrants were at our southwest border. And just 2 months after that, our witness, the Secretary of Homeland Security, said the border is secure. Mr. Secretary, if over 200,000 a month and all the ramifications that has with drugs coming in the country and other people coming in the country because our agents are so focused on that, if that's a secure border, then you are completely out of touch with the American people. That record last July, guess what? That record last July was just broken last month. And next month, they're going to make matters worse when they rescind Title 42. A record last July that was just broken last month, and next month they're going to make it worse. I want to go back to that statement the Secretary made on September 22nd of last year. That statement. There was a second part to the sentence. And this is critical. There was a second part to the statement. He said the border is secure and we are executing our plan. The first part of the sentence was false. We know that. We know the numbers. We know what's happening on the border. Everyone understands it. The second part, we are executing our plan. The second part, he was telling us the truth. And that should frighten us all. We have a Secretary of Homeland Security who is intentionally, deliberately, in a premeditated fashion, executing a plan, his words, executing a plan to overwhelm our country with millions and millions of illegal migrants. Executing a plan that causes all kinds of harm to people who make the journey, executing a plan that results in record levels of fentanyl and other drugs entering our nation, executing a plan that stresses our border agents, stresses our education and healthcare system, stresses our nation. All done intentionally. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope we're going to have a lot of questions for the Secretary, but I hope one of the fundamental questions, maybe the fundamental question that he will answer is, why is he doing it? Why is he doing this to our fellow citizens? Why is he doing this to our country? Why is he deliberately doing this to, he is the Secretary of Homeland Security. Why is he intentionally doing this to our nation? Mr. Chairman, we have a video we'd like to show as well.
¿Cuántas personas están ahí con usted? 2 niños. No, por favor, ayúdenme que me voy a desmayar.
Heartbreak in the desert. A Colombian mother and her 10-year-old daughter collapsing near Yuma, later found dead from heat exposure after crossing the border. Federal authorities tell us that mom was traveling with 2 kids, the 10-year-old who did not make it, and a 2-year-old boy who survived.
A Texas Army National Guard soldier missing. We're told the soldier was assigned to Operation Lone Star in Eagle Pass. The Texas Department of Public Safety says the soldier was trying to rescue a migrant from the river when he or she went missing.
Tragic news from the southern border. A Texas Army National Guard soldier has drowned trying to save migrants in the water.
An Arizona Border Patrol agent has died in the line of duty. Martin Barrios was a supervisor in the Tucson sector. According to Border Patrol, he died Monday.
A special agent with the Texas Department of Public Safety has died after a crash near Eagle Pass. DPS says 37-year-old Anthony Salas was working a tactical operation with U.S. Border Patrol on Friday when that accident happened. He was airlifted to a hospital in San Antonio where he later died.
The truck was traveling at speed when it took a corner in the city of Tuxtla Gutierrez, southern Mexico. It flipped onto its side and plowed into a pedestrian bridge, taking off the top of the cabin and completely destroying the trailer. There were 166 people crammed inside. 54 died, 58 were injured. The people on board, mainly from Guatemala, being smuggled to the U.S.
Some pretty stunning images from America's southern border. And the high-ranking drug cartel leaders arrest, igniting gunfights on the Mexican side of the border. The violence escalating to the point of temporarily shutting down 2 international bridges. Authorities also confirm a grenade explosion at the U.S. consulate in Nuevo Laredo, right across the U.S. border, with federal employees there instructed to shelter in place.
The sounds of gunfire piercing the night in Nuevo Laredo. Gang members paralyzing traffic with spike strips. Charred tractor trailers lining the highway.
Drug seizures are surging, with Customs and Border Protection reporting a more than 1,000% increase in the amount of fentanyl seized alone.
Every day, hundreds of thousands of people cross the U.S.-Mexico border. But now, more and more drugs are doing the same. In the 8 ports of entry in South Texas, extending from Del Rio to Brownsville, Customs and Border Protection seized $786 million worth of illegal narcotics last fiscal year. Fentanyl alone saw a 1,066% increase.
Most of the narcotics wants to go to bigger cities.
San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, or up north.
Chief Deputy Roberto De Leon with the Maverick County Sheriff's Office, just about an hour south of Del Rio, says the drugs that flow through this port in Eagle Pass can end up anywhere.
Kolskanga spoke exclusively with the top U.S. border agent in the El Paso area about the new challenges that she and her colleagues face, including what's driving American kids to have cartels smuggle people across the border.
Cartels are actively recruiting on social media these young drivers. These are kids. These are American kids, U.S. citizen kids under the age of 18 that are now being recruited through social media to earn $1,000, $2,000, even up to $3,000 over a pickup of a human smuggling load.
It's disturbing new data, and it shows 42 migrants on the terror watch list have been arrested trying to enter our country illegally since Joe Biden took office.
The Biden administration has been secretly flying underage migrants to Florida and New York in the middle of the night. And for all that we know, it might not just be limited to those states. Buses there are waiting to take them to prearranged drop-off locations. And there's no end in sight to this self-created border crisis.
Illegal migrants have no problem catching a flight. Pennsylvania is the latest state seeing an influx of ghost flights coming in the middle of the night, full of illegal immigrants. Hundreds of illegal migrants have been flown into Scranton International Airport by U.S. government charter flights.
Here we are in 2021 managing another immigration crisis of big proportion, and nothing's been done. You know, it is a Biden border crisis in my opinion, because there's no kind of action. And seeing what we're seeing now with what's happening in the Rio Grande Valley with people wrapped around in blankets made out of silver, I mean, it's just kind of absurd what's happening.
Mr. Chairman, yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. I will now introduce today's witness. Alejandro, is that correct? Alejandro Mayorkas is sworn in as Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security by President Biden on February 2nd, 2021. Throughout his distinguished career in public service, he has served in several important roles in law enforcement, including as the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security from 2013 to 2016, and as the Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services from 2009 to 2013. Secretary Mayorkas began his government service in the Department of Justice, where he served as an Assistant United States Attorney in the Central District of California. After nearly 9 years as a federal prosecutor, he became the youngest United States attorney in the nation, overseeing numerous prosecutions of national significance. He received his bachelor's degree from the University of California at Berkeley and a law degree from Loyola Law School. We welcome our distinguished witness, and we thank him for participating today. I will begin by swearing you in. I ask that you please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time limit, there is a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. Secretary Mayorkas, the floor is yours.
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to join you. On behalf of all of us in the Department of Homeland Security, I share in the mourning of the loss of Guardman Bishop Evans, who made the ultimate sacrifice in the service of our country. For nearly 2 decades, the personnel of the Department of Homeland Security have stood as a cornerstone of public safety. Every day, our workforce of 250,000 serves to protect our people and our values by combating terrorism and targeted violence, countering malicious cyber activity, securing our border, building a safe, orderly, and humane immigration system, and more. We do this while always safeguarding Americans' privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties, and building trust between our agency and the public we serve. We remain vigilant against all forms of terrorism and targeted violence. The nature of these threats has evolved, but our vigilance and resolve are constant. We play a leading role in implementing the first ever national strategy for countering domestic terrorism, namely, establishing a new domestic terrorism branch within our Office of Intelligence and Analysis, launching the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships to help communities prevent radicalization to violence, designating domestic violent extremism as a national priority area in FEMA grant programs, increasing our investment in the Nonprofit Security Grant Program, coordinating additional support to HBCUs in the face of recent bomb threats, and ramping up our efforts to collect and disseminate actionable intelligence. On cybersecurity, DHS is leading the federal government's work to protect our critical infrastructure. We answered the Colonial Pipeline incident with security directives requiring pipeline companies to report intrusions, designate a cybersecurity coordinator, conduct vulnerability assessments, and create contingency plans. We adopted similar measures for airports, air carriers, and rail operators. We work with the Department of Justice to launch StopRansomware.gov, the first whole-of-government website with resources to help organizations combat ransomware. We are defending our democracy against foreign interference in our elections. We formed 2 bodies, the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative and the Cyber Safety Review Board, to bring private sector and government stakeholders to the table to help us fortify our cyber defenses, identify vulnerabilities, and ensure a unified response when incidents occur. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has only intensified the threat of cyber attacks. So we initiated the Shields Up campaign to increase collective awareness, vigilance, and resilience to possible incidents. We are countering Russia's mis- and disinformation campaigns by helping stakeholders understand the scale of these activities and enabling them to mitigate associated risks. We are expanding humanitarian programs like TPS and developing new ones like Uniting for Ukrainian initiative to provide Ukrainians temporary refuge in the United States. Under this administration, our department has been executing a comprehensive strategy to secure our borders and rebuild our immigration system. With the Title 42 public health order set to be lifted, we expect migration levels to increase as smugglers seek to take advantage of and profit from vulnerable migrants. We will continue to enforce our immigration laws. After Title 42 is lifted, non-citizens will be processed pursuant to Title 8, which provides that individuals who cross the border without legal authorization are processed for removal and, If unable to establish a legal basis to remain in the United States, promptly removed from the country. We began planning last September, and we are leading the execution of a whole-of-government strategy which stands on 6 pillars to prepare for and manage any rise in non-citizen encounters. I issued a memorandum earlier this week that provides more details of those pillars. 1, surge resources, including personnel, transportation, medical support, and facilities. 2, increase efficiency without compromising the integrity of our screening processes in order to reduce strain on the border. 3, administer consequences for unlawful entry, including expedited removal and criminal prosecution. 4, bolster the capacity of NGOs and coordinate with state, local, and community partners. 5, target and disrupt transnational criminal organizations and human smugglers. 6, deter irregular migration south of our border in partnership with other federal agencies and nations. We inherited a broken and dismantled system that is already under strain. It is not built to manage the current levels and types of migratory flows. Only Congress can fix this. Yet we have effectively managed an unprecedented number of non-citizens seeking to enter the United States and interdicted more drugs and disrupted more smuggling operations than ever before. A significant increase in migrant encounters will strain our system even further, and we will address this challenge successfully. But it will take time, and we need the partnership of Congress, state and local officials, NGOs, and communities to do so. We cannot address our core issues alone. DHS is a department of partnerships. I look forward to working together with this committee to confront our ever-changing threat landscape and protect the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your testimony. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions, and I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Secretary Mayorkas, in February of last year, President Biden made you the chair of the President's Interagency Task Force on the Reunification of Families. The work of that task force is essential to reuniting those families, those children and families who were maliciously separated from their parents during the Trump administration, and to ensuring that this can never happen again. Secretary Mayorkas, can you discuss the progress that the task force has made thus far, including how many children the department has identified and reunited? What challenges does the task force face when working to establish contact with some of these parents?
Mr. Chairman, I'm very proud to be the chair of that task force, which, under the President's direction, brings the resources of the entire federal government together to work with civil society to try to reunite the families that were so cruelly separated under the prior administration. Thus far, we have reunited more than 200 separated children with their parents, and there are estimates that there are approximately 1,000 more children that remain separated. Of those 1,000 children, the task force has made contact with more than 500 parents, and nearly 400 children are now in the reunification process. We continue to partner with non-governmental organizations such as Kids in Need of Defense and Justice in Motion to contact families and direct them to our website. One of the greatest obstacles we have, Mr. Chairman, is to overcome the distrust that was sown by the prior administration through its cruel policies. Many remain still feel fearful given what trauma they experienced and continue to experience.
And the President's executive order requires the task force to issue a report containing recommendations to ensure that a tragedy like this never happens again. How soon do you anticipate issuing that report? Can you preview some of its recommendations?
Mr. Chairman, we have published interim reports along the way since we began our work. We are working on policies to make sure that no such cruelty ever occurs again. You know, I had the occasion to speak with a number of parents who were reunited with their children, and it was extraordinarily heartbreaking to hear a mother speak of the fact that despite the physical reunion, there remained a distance between her and her teenage daughter. Her teenage daughter still continued to suffer trauma from the separation that they both suffered. This is going to take time to mend the people's broken hearts and the trauma that they suffered due to such a cruel policy.
Thank you. I'm pleased to see the Biden administration has been preparing for months for the eventual end of Title 42. As you know, Title 42 is a public health measure, not an immigration control strategy. In fact, because Title 42 has no immigration consequences for repeat border crossers, the border crossing recidivism rate has quadrupled since Title 42 began. I'm sure we'll be hearing today about the record high numbers of encounters at our border. However, some 900,000 of those encounters are migrants who tried to repeatedly cross unlawfully. Smugglers are even offering package deals to encourage recidivism. Fortunately, as you mentioned in your opening, the Department of Homeland Security has put in place a comprehensive whole-of-government strategy to manage any potential increase in the number of migrants encountered at our border when Title 42 is ended. The Department is increasing its capacity to process new arrivals, evaluate asylum requests, and quickly remove those who do not qualify. Mr. Secretary, can you go into more detail for the committee about the Department's plans? I'm particularly interested in understanding what type of resources will be increased and where they'll be deployed, as well as learning more about the Southwest Border Coordination Center's role.
Mr. Chairman, the plan is very comprehensive and very detailed. We have developed it over many, many months. The end of Title 42, which is a public health authority, as you correctly described, we knew was not going to be forever, and therefore we began planning and preparing quite a long time ago. It's very detailed, but let me try to run through in the short time that I have. The Pillar 1 was surging resources, personnel, transportation, medical support, increasing facilities for the processing of individuals whom we encounter. The second pillar, increasing CBP processing efficiency. That involves such things as enhanced central processing centers, where we bring different parts of our department together to drive efficiency, where we process individuals en route to ICE facilities and decompress border patrol stations. The third pillar is a consequence regime, using Title 8 of the United States Code to expedite the removal of individuals as the law provides. Bring criminal prosecutions where the facts so warrant. Implementation of our historic asylum officer rule, which brings tremendous efficiency to the asylum system, bolstering the capacities of non-governmental organizations and coordinating with state and local communities, targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organizations and the smuggling organizations. We have intensified efforts at a historic level, working not only as an entire Department of Homeland Security, but across the federal government, bringing the resources of the Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury to bear. And we are working to deter irregular migration throughout the region. This is not a phenomenon, Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, that the United States encounters alone. This is something that countries throughout the region, throughout the hemisphere, and we so powerfully have seen in recent months throughout the world. The number of individuals displaced from their home countries is greater now than it ever has been. And we are working in response to a regional challenge with a regional solution, working with our partner countries throughout the region. I was in Panama last week to accomplish that end.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My time has expired, Mr. McClintock.
Mr. Secretary, since the administration took office, you've deliberately released into the United States 836,000 illegal immigrants who crossed our borders in violation of our laws and sovereignty. Now, that is more than the entire population of the state of North Dakota. And while the Border Patrol has been overwhelmed by this influx, you've allowed about 600,000 gotaways to escape into the interior. This is more than the entire population of the state of Wyoming. And that's with Title 42 in place. When you remove that, it's estimated that we're going to see as many as 18,000 illegal immigrants released into the interior every day. That's the same as admitting a new state of Alaska every 40 days. These numbers are simply staggering. And I'd like to know why you think this benefits Americans. Packing classrooms with non-English speaking students, flooding emergency rooms with illegals demanding care, making it harder to deport criminal illegal aliens, flooding the labor market with cheap foreign labor. How does this benefit Americans?
Congressman, if I can explain how the legal system works when encountering individuals at our southern border.
First of all, that's not my question. My question is, how does this benefit Americans?
Congressman, when an individual is encountered at the southern border, they are placed in immigration enforcement proceedings.
Okay,
and
so
under the law,
you don't have an answer for how any of this benefits Americans. So let's talk about your enforcement proceedings. Let's define exactly what that means. An alien is given a notice to appear with a court date or simply a notice to report. Call in when you get wherever you want to go. 90% of these asylum claims are turned down, and when they are, less than 15% actually leave. Now, you have already instructed ICE that mere illegal presence in the country is not grounds for deportation, so they stay and await the next amnesty. That's what you mean by enforcement proceedings, because that's what you do.
Congressman, you've misstated the facts. Individuals are placed in immigration enforcement proceedings. Those who present a public safety threat, a threat to national security, a threat to border security, are held in detention during the pendency of those immigration proceedings. Those who do not are given a notice to appear, and the appearance rate is over 86%.
On the initial proceedings, but 90% of them are rejected, and when they're rejected, only 15% leave, and you've told ICE don't go after the others unless there's an underlying criminal situation. You've assured us that ICE prioritizes criminal removals, and that I heard you say you deported more criminals in the Trump administration. But according to data from the FOIA request from the Center for Immigration Studies, in 2021, deportations of aliens with serious criminal convictions declined by over 50% compared to 2020 and 65% compared to 2018. And according to ICE's own website, detainers for assault are down 57%. Under your leadership, detainers for weapons offenses down 52%, dangerous drugs down 49%, detainers for homicides are down 43%, sex crimes down 29%. How does this make our communities safer?
So Congressman, allow me to share some facts with you. 12,025 individuals convicted of aggravated felonies, were removed in fiscal year 2021.
And that's down.
That's
down from 2020 or 2018.
Actually, you're wrong. 12,025 were individuals convicted of aggravated felonies, nearly double the 6,815 arrested in fiscal year 2020. If I may.
Aggravated felonies, what does that mean?
Well, that's a definition.
I'd call homicide an aggravated felony. Your detainers for homicides are down 42%, I believe, 43%, I should say. Weapons offenses down 52%. You're defining terms that don't actually exist.
Oh, actually,
aggravated felony.
Congressman, the term aggravated felony is defined in statute. It is a United States law. The definition of an aggravated felon is a matter of statutory law.
Crimes like homicide are down. Your detainers.
Congressman.
I mean, those numbers are there on your website. Let me go on. You repeatedly said there's a need for reprioritizing ICE because of limited resources. Yet in 2012, with fewer agents and judges than we have now, ICE arrested and deported 409,000 aliens. Under your administration, with more agents and judges, you've deported only 59,000. That's 1/7 as many. Overall deportations down.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
46% of ICE removals in fiscal year 2021 were for people convicted of felonies or aggravated felonies, compared to 18% during the previous 4 years and 17% of the year before that.
The time of the gentleman, as I said, has expired. Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Mayorkas. Before I ask my question, I'd like to give you an opportunity. My fellow Californian, reading from his talking points, made several assertions that I think are incorrect, and you didn't get to fully explain what the facts are, and obviously what is the benefit of applying the law, well, standing up for the rule of law, which is what this country stands for. So if you would take a minute on that before I get to my questions, that would be helpful, I think.
Thank you, Congresswoman. The law provides that individuals encountered at our border have a right to make a claim for humanitarian relief under the asylum laws that the United States Congress passed. If their claim for asylum relief prevails in an immigration court, then they have established a basis to remain in the United States. If their claim fails, then they are removed from the United States. We are a nation of laws, and this Department of Homeland Security is administering the laws that Congress passed.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You know, watching what happened in the prior administration, I'm mindful that you were inherited something of a mess in terms of the department. There were over 400 changes to the immigration system, policy changes that resulted in delays and no increase, no benefits. For example, in USCIS, repeatedly interviewing the same people over and over again on the employment-based side, leading to backlogs, questionable policy choices that nearly bankrupt USCIS. I remember in the summer of 2020, the agency was forced to send furlough notices to 15,000 employees, 70% of its workforce, and was only at the last minute working on a bipartisan basis, actually, here in the House, that we did a stopgap measure, but there was a hiring freeze, and there's millions of backlogged applications. At the same time, we saw extreme vetting of the special immigrant visa program in Iraq and Afghanistan, which actually ended up being no vetting, so that there was no processing of over 17,000 SIV cases for Afghanistan. And when the former president's timeline for removal was implemented, there was no plan in place to expedite the processing or to evacuate those allies and those unprocessed SIV applications just continue to sit there. I'm wondering, Mr. Secretary, what steps you are taking to try to clean up the mess in the refugee program where all of it was zeroed out and the agencies, the nonprofits and the religious-based agencies that help were basically dismantled. USCIS was hollowed out and the like. What is your plan to clean up the mess?
Congresswoman, one of the ways in which the prior administration decimated the legal immigration system is to really leave U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the agency that administers our nation's legal immigration system, on the brink of bankruptcy. Employees were furloughed, the Asylum and Refugee Corps were decimated. That agency is funded primarily through the fees it collects from applications that people submit for immigration benefits. And the law provides that every 2 years, a fee rule is to issue to recalibrate fees according to the cost of the agency every 2 years. That agency has not had a fee rule
So we'll
for
look
more
at
than
that.
6 years. And so we are bringing it from the brink of bankruptcy to some level of financial stability. It will take time. We are promulgating a new fee rule as this Congress expects.
I've got one more question I want to get in. The H-2A program is an important one for agriculture in the United States, and as you know, we had a bipartisan bill to streamline and improve that provision that is languishing in the Senate. But there have been, and it's been brought to my attention, the Operation Blooming Onion case where there were some abuses of people in the H-2A program. I'm wondering, do we have adequate tools to protect H-2A visa holders from exploitation, understanding that it's an important program and, you know, I'm not saying all employers are exploited, far from it, but we want to get the bad actors.
Congresswoman, we are focusing.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The witness may answer the question.
We are focusing some of our enforcement resources on employers who exploit vulnerable employees and create a non-competitive labor market. That's one of our areas of tremendous focus.
Thank you.
Mr. Shabbat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, the situation at our southern border is an unmitigated disaster, and I fear it's about to get a whole lot worse. With this administration's boneheaded decision to end enforcement of Title 42, you're essentially saying the COVID healthcare emergency is over. Come on in. While at the same time saying, nope, still got a COVID emergency, so we're going to force everybody to mask up on planes and buses and trains, whether you like it or not. Since he took office, President Biden has been busy reversing just about every one of the Trump administration's successful immigration policies, stopping construction of the border wall, ending catch and release, and practically abandoning border enforcement altogether, just to name a few of these misguided policies. The result, as I said, has been a complete and utter chaos at our southern border. Unfortunately, again, due to Biden administration policies, the chaos doesn't stop at the border. It's intentionally being spread all across the country. The Biden administration is putting illegal immigrants and asylum seekers on buses and planes at taxpayer expense, often in the middle of the night when it's not so obvious, and shipping them to communities all across the country. As a result, virtually every state in America is now directly impacted. Let's face it, we're all really border states now. Mr. Secretary, how many migrants have you shipped to Ohio, my state?
Congressman, I would disagree with the phrasing of your question, but I would be pleased to provide you with data with respect to the number of individuals.
Well, the question's pretty simple. How many have you shipped to Ohio?
As I mentioned, Congressman, as I was stating, I'd be pleased to provide you with data specific to Ohio subsequent to this hearing.
I assume your answer is here today, you don't know. Is that right?
I don't have the data with me, Congressman.
I mean, because I certainly think the people of Ohio would like to know that, and in fact, I think it's their right to know how many migrants you're shipping to their state or by congressional district or others. After all, they're footing the bill for all of this, right? The American taxpayers?
Congressman, I'd like to again...
Are the American taxpayers paying for this stuff?
I would respectfully disagree with the phrasing of your question, but I think it's something very important to remember, which is individuals who are placed in immigration proceedings...
That's not the question I asked. I didn't, please, we've only got 5 minutes each of us, so if you'll just answer the questions I've asked. You said, I can't tell you how many I've shipped to Ohio. I'll provide that down the road. Let's see if you actually do that. Now, the American taxpayers are footing the bill. The people that you're shipping across the country, they're being fed, right?
Congressman,
they're having their health care needs met. They're being housed somewhere. Their children are attending school, I assume. Who's paying for all that?
Congressman, you are mistaken in asserting in your question
that we're not feeding them, we're not housing them, we're not providing health care?
May I?
And it doesn't have to be paid for. I ask you, who's paying for this stuff?
Individuals in immigration proceedings are not entitled to the same benefits that United States citizens are.
I didn't say that. So, but they're not being fed? We're not feeding them?
Congressman, not to my knowledge do they receive public benefits.
So they're not being fed.
For food.
Okay. Let me ask you this. How many bus loads have you sent to my state, Ohio? Do you know that?
Congressman, as I stated previously, I will provide you with the data
thank you.
you are
okay.
requesting.
So how many and how many bus loads? Okay. Let me ask you this. If you don't have the numbers here today, who has these numbers?
Congressman, we in the Department of Homeland Security have a wealth of data, and I would be pleased to provide you with whatever data you request.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
One of the hallmarks of our department is our openness and transparency, and in fact, it's one of the priorities that I have established for this department for fiscal year 2022.
You've been extremely open, and we certainly appreciate that. Mr. Secretary, where does the buck really stop here? Who do we hold accountable for the chaos at our southern border? Is it you, the Secretary of Homeland Security? Is it the Vice President? Because President Biden, we know, supposedly put her in charge of the border. Or is it the big guy himself? Is it President Biden? Where does the buck really stop?
Congressman, I'm incredibly proud to work alongside the dedicated men and women of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and the entire Department of Homeland Security, who tirelessly dedicate themselves to the service of our country.
Thank you. We're proud of the folks that work there, too. We wish you would support them, though. We really wish you support. They want to do their jobs. They want to secure the border. They want to uphold the law, and you took an oath to uphold the law. And right now, when you got 3 million people coming over here in a short period of time,
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Yield back.
For the purpose of a UC request, Ms. Lofgren.
Yes, I'd ask unanimous consent that a New York Times article, GOP memo shows roadmap for attacking Democrats on immigration be made part of the record.
Without objection, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I thank the chairman very much, and I thank you for your presence here today. And as well, let me try to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle of the historical record of this country. Mr. Secretary, I hope it is not a personal question, but you had a history outside of this country in terms of your family coming from somewhere else. Is that not correct, sir?
Congresswoman, I myself am an immigrant. My family came to this country as political refugees fleeing the communist takeover of Cuba.
Let me applaud you for your service to the nation. I think, as I said in previous comments, the Statue of Liberty still stands in the New York Harbor. I assume you have seen it on 1 or 2 occasions.
I most certainly have, and I should say that what this country gave to my family is what led me to public service. First as an assistant United States attorney, then the United States attorney, then the director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, then the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, and now the Secretary of Homeland Security.
I'm glad I allowed you to provide that into the record. Because the antics of my friends on the other side of the aisle are so without reason, it is difficult to even follow in questioning. To even suggest that the past administration had an immigration policy is absurd. Because I stood in the place that you stood watching the reunification of separated children. There was a glaze of disbelief in the child's eye as to who this person was. Was it their mother? Why had she abandoned them? It was the most criminal aspect of that policy. And I don't know how anyone could cite that as reasoned and reasonable. But let me move to what we are here for. And the general sentence, my time is short, that I want you to enunciate, is that in fact the administration does have a policy. If the scientifically based section, Article 42, is scientifically removed as it relates to the pandemic by CDC. You can just say yes, yes or no. You have a plan.
It is a public health authority that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
But you have a plan if it is removed.
Oh, most certainly.
That's the question I have.
Most certainly.
So it is yes.
Yes.
So let me go to specifically to Pillar 5, which I think is the crux of what we are speaking about. And that is we are targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organizations, TCOs, and smugglers to take advantage of and profit from vulnerable migrants who seek to traffic drugs into our country. Can you, because I have one or two other questions, briefly talk about the scourge of human smugglers? Even though people may be coming for economic reasons, fleeing prosecution, and that is something that the federal government can put all fours on. Do you intend to deeply go to disrupt this criminal organizations, if you will, that prey on the very people that are at the border?
Congresswoman, our intensified efforts to tackle the human smuggling organizations are historic.
Give us some elements of that quickly, please.
Historic. We have a number of different operations, both within the Department of Homeland Security and across the federal enterprise, using the Department of Treasury to seize bank accounts, Operation Sentinel that Homeland Security Investigations runs to tackle and dismantle their infrastructure, working with our intelligence community partners, working with the Department of Justice in Operation Alpha. We have so many different multifaceted efforts underway. It's really unprecedented, the level of intensity that we are bringing to tackling the transnational criminal organizations and the human smugglers.
In the course of that work, let me also say that there are organizations like CBP, Border Patrol, ICE. I want to make sure that your administration also, as they do their work, and I applaud them for their work, and I do want to as well acknowledge the individual National Guard Specialist, Bishop E. Evans. I want to express my deepest sympathy to his family and my respect for his service. We honor him. But I want to make sure as we go forward, you infuse into all of that the idea of equity and justice in terms of those migrants and others who are treated under these particular agencies, sub-agencies. Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Congresswoman.
So let me quickly go to an issue that continues to be spoken about by Director Wray, is that the largest threat to the United States is domestic terrorism and the increase in white supremacy. And I don't think it has changed from a couple of months ago to today. Give me the deep dive that you've done on thwarting domestic terrorism, particularly the rise in violence against minority institutions and faith institutions, and how we are protecting Americans through that effort, please.
So our efforts are so expansive, I won't be able to cover them all, and I would be pleased to provide further information to you, Madam Congresswoman, subsequent to this hearing. Let me give you two important examples. We created a domestic terrorism branch within our Office of Intelligence and Analysis, and it has been disseminating an unprecedented level of information and intelligence throughout the nation to our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners so that they are equipped with our latest intelligence and data so that they can counter the threat. We created the Centers for Prevention Programs and Partnership, we term it CP3, to equip and resource local communities with information and funds so that they can tackle the radicalization to violence. It's the connectivity to violence that we are focused upon so that they can ably do it. Our frontline personnel, our brave personnel in uniform throughout this country are the first line of defense.
General Lady's time is
Thank the
expired.
gentleman. Thank the Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gomert.
Thank you. Secretary Mayorkas, in a meeting some of us had with you April 5th, you agreed to find out who gave the order to prevent members of Congress like me from going undeterred to the border to see for ourselves what has happened. Did you find out where that came from? Because the regional director said it came from Washington.
Congressman, I have inquired, and I'm not aware of any such order. I was not able to identify any such order, and in fact, of course, quite a number of CODELs have occurred since you and I met in April.
Right, but those normally, they are escorted where they're allowed to see instead of like those of us that have oversight of Border Patrol. We like to go down and just see for ourselves, no dog and pony tour, but see for ourselves what's happening. And you agree that is appropriate, correct?
Yes, Congressman, there are certain parameters, quite frankly, for the safety and well-being of those who wish to tour the border. So
but for a member of Congress that wants to go down, as I've done for the last 17 and a half years, we have to understand we assume the risk when we get there. So I'll make sure I have a recording of you indicating that it's okay for whomever has been given that kind of order. Now, we heard the chairman say the prior administration dismantled the immigration system. He said the prior administration did all they could to destroy the immigration system. He said they implemented a Muslim ban. And so we can set the record straight. And I know it's not intentional misleading, but even the courts have made clear there was no Muslim ban. Muslims were allowed in. There were specific countries that had extraordinary numbers of terrorists. Those were the countries where there was a ban. There was no Muslim ban. So when I do want to know, though, you say immigrants are placed in immigration proceedings, but you didn't say where they go during those proceedings. They remain in the United States. When you say somebody's placed in immigration proceedings, and then you further clarified that some are detained, if they're not detained, the vast majority go released around the country, correct?
No. Quite a significant number are placed on alternatives to detention. We use the acronym ATD. There are different levels of alternatives to detention depending on the risk profile.
But you ship many of those people that are not detained in these other categories around the country, correct?
Yes, on alternatives to detention.
And that's one of the things you're looking to increase the money for, is to pay NGOs and to have your own folks who can help get those people shipped around the country, correct?
Congressman, if I can explain.
You have asked for an increase in that amount of money, correct?
Yes, we have.
And so I'm wanting to know, though, who makes the decision where these different bus loads, plane loads, train loads, who makes the decision where they are going to go in the country?
So, Congressman, there are different tiers of disposition depending on the risk profile.
I'm wanting to know who makes those determinations. I just want to know who makes the determination. I don't have time for filibustering.
No, Congressman, I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah, who makes that determination in those categories?
Your Honor, that's my days as a prosecutor. Congressman, Immigration and Customs Enforcement makes a determination subject to an immigration court judge as to who is placed in
Who makes that decision in ICE?
The ICE personnel with expertise make a decision with respect to who should be detained.
Wow, it sounds like a star chamber. We don't get to know who is making the decision to send people to these neighborhoods. Well, I only got 27 seconds. Let me just say, as you know, Article 4, Section 4, says the federal government is going to keep the states free from invasion. That hadn't happened. You know, there was Pancho Villa's guys in 1916. They came in and killed 18, 19 people in New Mexico. That was considered an invasion. We're losing 100,000 a year. What will be your response?
The time of the gentleman has expired.
When Texas repels the invasion.
The time of the gentleman has expired, Mr.
Sir, you allowed 2 minutes beyond your time limit to let the witness answer the question.
Let me explain exactly what I'm doing so everybody
Okay.
Okay? If someone has asked a question before the clock expires, I let the witness answer it.
The majority of the question was asked.
If the witness is in the process of answering a question, I let him finish. You've heard me say the time of the gentleman or gentlelady has expired, the witness may answer the question.
Correct.
You weren't asking a question.
Yes, I was.
You were stating a fact. There was no question. What is the question in front of? So that's why I cut it off at that point. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. The gentleman will state his point of order.
The gentlelady from California, her question ended at 21 seconds in the red, and then he was allowed to answer. The witness was allowed to answer. Mr. Gohmert is correct. You allowed someone to ask a question into the red. 21 seconds by the gentlelady in California.
The gentlelady was in the course of asking a question. I permit that, as I permitted on both sides of the aisle. The gentleman, Mr. Cohen.
Except here.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming before us. I appreciate it. We've had other cabinet secretaries in the previous administration who refused to come before us. So I appreciate your being here. I'm very concerned with the situation in the Ukraine and with the refugees. And you may have answered this question. I'm doing 3 committees at once, so I've been in the back sometime. But what is being done to accommodate the Ukrainian refugees who might want to come to the United States? And I've seen stories on TV where they've gotten to the border in Mexico and they've maybe eventually gotten in, but they spent a long time there. So,
Congressman, there are 3 avenues to bring humanitarian relief to the Ukrainians under the direction of our president. One is, of course, the traditional refugee system, the refugee program, and we immediately deployed refugee affairs officers to the region to administer a request for refugee relief. In addition, the State Department, the State Department issued new guidance with respect to the application for visas for temporary stays here in the United States in accordance with our legal immigration system. And third, we were very proud, under the President's direction, to launch this past Monday, Uniting for Ukraine, which is a program to provide humanitarian parole to Ukrainians seeking temporary relief here in the United States who have sponsors here.
I don't know if you had anything to do with this, but there were about 8 children and their parents who were brought to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis for treatment. And if you did have something to do with it, thank you. And if you didn't, thanks to whoever did it.
Well, thank you very much for recognizing the extraordinary work of the people in the Department of Homeland Security who made that possible in collaboration with our great colleagues in the Department of State.
Thank you, sir. I visited with First Lady Biden when she came to Memphis, and she visited with the families. We didn't, but we were there. And St. Jude is very special to us, and it's free and serves those children, and thank you for getting them there. Afghan interpreters, I've got quite a few people in my district who went to Afghanistan. They had interpreters. They praised their work. Some of them have not gotten back over to this country, and they have sent me messages suggesting that there are many Afghans and interpreters in particular who are still in the queue to get here. Is there a big backlog, and what are we doing to get our friends who helped us there back to?
So, Congressman, as you well recognize, the heroic work of Operation Allies Welcome, which brought more than 73,000 Afghan nationals here to the United States in a matter of weeks. There remain individuals in Afghanistan who are seeking humanitarian relief, and there are those outside of Afghanistan doing the very same. And U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, with the Department of State, is working through those applications as swiftly as it can. And we ask you to understand that we are doing so with the greatest urgency in light of the urgent need for relief, but we are addressing an agency that was so incredibly under-resourced. We're building up those resources to be able to provide emergent relief, as you so correctly identify the need.
I believe one of my colleagues might have asked you about children being separated and maybe the lawsuit or what's gone on with the previous administration separated children from their parents at the border. what's going on with children and parents who come together, and are there many children coming on their own today?
We are, through the Family Reunification Task Force that the President directed, reuniting separated children with their parents. We are enabling them to reunite here in the United States. And what we do is we grant them humanitarian parole so that they have some level of stability for a 3-year period. And of course, that is renewable depending on the facts of the particular case. We have already reunited more than 200 separated families. We have 400 more in process, and our work will not be done until we reunite them all.
Thank you, sir. I looked at your biography in a little bit, and I saw you have Sephardic as well as Ashkenazi roots, as do I, and my Sephardic roots came from Turkey. So we both probably had our families get benefits from HIAS, and the HIAS is a great group that helps immigrants. Because of that and knowing that history, I feel an obligation, and I suspect you do as well, to help others who need to immigrate and leave oppressive regimes or danger. So thank you for what you're doing, and I know you coming from Cuba, it was important that you were allowed in the United States.
Thank you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to join with others in thanking you for the expedited work being done at the U.S.-Mexico border near San Diego, where 700 to 1,200 Ukrainians a day are being processed, and the coordination that your staff has done. There's no question at all. They've risen to the task, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, Congressman.
And I also want to thank you for the service that I know you've given as a U.S. Attorney in California. I am disappointed, and we're going to go over it at no surprise today, in your current performance. Your opening statement, you said, we inherited a broken system. I just want, if possible, a yes or no. When you said you inherited a broken system, was the system you say that was broken, did it represent less people coming over the border legally, illegally, and being admitted than today? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
So there were a lot less coming over.
The number of encounters has increased.
Okay, so the system that you're called broken was working relative to the Border Patrol not being swamped.
Oh, I wouldn't say that at all. And if I may, Congressman, when I refer to a broken system, a broken immigration system, I'm speaking of a broken system before the prior administration.
Okay. I'd be the first to say that since the 1990s, the system for legal immigration has needed reform, and it's overdue. But
that is correct, which is why
right, but there were no laws changed in 2004, 5, 6, 7, the many years leading up to the Biden administration, and yet we clearly have a huge influx of people, and your Border Patrol, to be specific, they said 18 months ago we were on the border, today we are on our back. That is from the Border Patrol, and I think it's extremely important. You said that the border is secure previously. I'm hoping you someday recant that. When you look at behind me, that was taken 4 or 5 days ago on a Codell, and that is the current border with the opening that your administration continues to leave in a fence where you've sold off the fence. Now, is that a secure border by any stretch of the imagination?
So, Congressman, if I can go back to an initial point that you made with respect to the broken immigration system, fundamentally what we need is legislation to fix it.
Mr. Secretary,
which is why I added.
Mr. Secretary, I have very limited time, and I want to hear your
which
answers.
is why I added the word dismantled, which is what the prior administration did. But with respect to the security of the border,
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate that you want us to legislate, as I do. But your job is to enforce the law as it is. Your Border Patrol's job is to deter and deny people's entrance unless they have a bona fide ability, and you're not doing that. So let me just go through a couple of quick questions. Your own Border Patrol, Chief, would you? Chief Ortiz had said, they've got me a muzzle on me. That is a quote I got from multiple Border Patrol agents of what he's saying. That muzzle appears to be telling us on Codell's just how bad it is. Having said that, we saw it for ourselves. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to cut right to the chase. Title 42 is something that is being talked about a lot right now. When is Title 42 going to end?
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
No, just a date.
Oh, yeah.
May 23rd?
The CDC said May 23rd.
When we were at the border a week ago, we saw that on your orders from Washington, but I have to presume they were yours, Title 42 has already ended. Your Border Patrol, your Customs people were ordered to, and they were bringing in every day as many as they could get from down in Mexico, Title 42 people that had been refused, and bringing them back in. When I asked the agent in charge, she told me that they were trying to clear the backlog completely by May 23rd. They didn't know if they were going to be able to. That is a clandestine ending of Title 42. Why did you do it?
I am not familiar with that, and that is factually incorrect.
Well, that is a statement that multiple members here on the dais saw. The question is, will you come back and give us the details of who gave that order and when it began? We have been told and we have witnessed that going on at the U.S.-Mexico border. It is going on as we speak today. So would you agree to come back and give us the details of who gave that order and whether that order was lawful?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Congressman, I don't know to what order you are referring. There is no clearing of the backlog as you have framed it. What we did begin to do is begin to expand the use of expedited removal under Title 8 of the United States Code, which is an enforcement mechanism to expedite the removal of individuals who do not have a valid basis to remain in the United States.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'll be brief. Multiple members here on the dais were told by the agent in charge the time and place that they were bringing in these individuals who were in Mexico, were remaining in Mexico. They had been refused under Title 42. NGOs were coming, bringing them there.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. This is the same side of the aisle that's complained. You've now had an extra minute, Mr. Issa, to make your point.
It's not a point of order. Finish quickly, please.
So very quickly. I just want to make sure the record, I understand that the Secretary may not know about it, but there were multiple members who were told this by a uniformed agent. I just want to make sure that was the record. I thank the gentleman.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing, and welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Secretary Mayorkas. You know, I find it ironic that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to concentrate on the southern border while completely mischaracterizing and ignoring what's happening in the interior of our country by right-wing extremists propelled by the false rhetoric of the ex-president Donald Trump. Secretary Mayorkas, a June 2021 Brenner Center report detailed the onslaught of threats against election workers continuing to this day. According to the survey described in the report, 1 in 3 local election officials are concerned about facing harassment or pressure while on the job, and 1 in 6 local election officials have been threatened because of their job. In my own congressional district, election workers from local volunteers to senior administrators endured threats of violence after the 2020 election, threats of hanging, firing squads, torture, and bomb blasts. Mr. Secretary, the department issued a February 2022 bulletin warning that in upcoming elections, we should expect calls for violence to be directed at democratic institutions, political candidates, party offices, election events, and election workers. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is, Congressman, and the
And
the
do you
security,
stand by that bulletin?
the security of the election system is a core responsibility of the United States government, and we are extraordinarily proud in the department to play a leading role in advancing the security of the elections.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Secretary. As we speak, it's accurate to say that Americans are being radicalized in preparation for the upcoming 2022 elections. Isn't that correct?
Congressman, we are seeing
And my time is
rise.
quite limited.
We are seeing a rise in misinformation and disinformation that is attempting to strike at the integrity of the election system and people's right to vote.
And we're seeing on social media posts calling election officials corrupt and calling for violence against candidates and election officials. Isn't that correct?
That is, Congressman, which is exactly why I addressed the secretaries of state throughout this country a few weeks ago to speak with them about the efforts that we are making to provide them with physical security, the resources and information they need to ensure the safety of the electoral system over which they preside.
And Mr. Secretary, mimicking false claims of ex-President Trump, we continue to see social media posts claiming, quote, if our election systems continue to be rigged and continue to be stolen, then it's going to lead to one place, and it's bloodshed, correct?
Congressman, we're very well of the spread of false narratives that have as one of their goals an effort to radicalize individuals to violence.
And as I understand online radicalization and how it works, Mr. Secretary, is it fair to say that believers of such disinformation could become lone wolves and take it upon themselves to act on these calls for violence against election workers?
That is a potential that we are guarding against materializing, Congressman. That is why we have so many different efforts underway to equip local communities to identify individuals who very well could be descending into violence by reason of ideologies of hate, false narratives, or other disinformation and misinformation propagated on social media and other platforms.
Well, I'm glad to know that the department is in touch with election officials to provide them with information about security, personal security, as well as election apparatus security, so as to protect the integrity of our upcoming elections. And thank you so much for your work. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Biggs.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, my constituents aren't worried so much about mean tweets as they're worried and concerned about the impacts of the crisis on the border. So, under your leadership, DHS issued guidance that included using, for CBP agents and officers to use gender-neutral language and politically correct pronouns. Is that true?
Did I issue a memorandum to that effect? Is that what you're
asking?
Guidance.
Did you, DHS issued guidance?
I'm not sure what piece of guidance.
DHS.gov.
If I may, to what guidance you're referencing, but that does reflect the principles that we are proud to advance.
Okay, so you don't recall issuing the guidance. I'll send that into the record without objection. So
that objection.
You also ordered CBP and ICE to stop using the term alien, including scrubbing websites, guidance documents, and other materials. Is that true?
To be precise, unless the individuals are referencing the statutory language itself, we are using the term non-citizen to reflect the dignity of each individual.
Right, so I'll introduce 3 articles that support that statement as well. Did you tell the Conference of Mayors that unlawful presence in the United States will alone not be a basis for immigration enforcement actions?
The September 30th enforcement guidelines that I promulgated, Congressman, make a number of different statements with respect to 2 very core principles. Number 1 is the safe and effective use of limited resources.
Please hurry.
And the fact that many individuals who are unlawfully present in the United States have been contributing members to this country, and our resources should not be dedicated.
So are you denying that on
them.
January 20th, 2022, you told the U.S. Conference of Mayors the following, that unlawful, quote, unlawful presence in the United States will alone not be a basis for an immigration enforcement action?
I'm not denying that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
What I'm sharing with you, Congressman, is that
the rationale for it. Appreciate that.
That is drawn from my memorandum.
Right. So is it true that DHS has spent resources and time creating a strategic framework for addressing climate change, including the establishment of the Climate Change Professionals Program?
Yes, that is true, and we are addressing one of the most significant threats to the homeland.
And you've also...
We see that
yes.
in the increasing frequency
and
gravity.
Just have a couple seconds, right?
Yes, we see that in the
So the question was yes or no. I appreciate you answering the question. You said yes, you did. Next question.
We see that in the increasing gravity and frequency.
Right, I understand that. That's your rationale, but you and I have had this discussion, okay? So did you also release the first ever equity action plan?
Yes, and very proudly so.
Great. So here's the deal, Mr. Secretary. Well, let me just ask you another question. I think this is an interesting question, too. Will you commit to oppose any form of amnesty or modification of legal status of those who are in this country illegally who have entered during your tenure?
Only Congress can provide legal status through the laws. We administer the laws.
Would you oppose that? We're not talking about who passes laws or not. We're just talking about your philosophy as the DHS Secretary. Would you support amnesty or modification of legal status?
Congressman, I fully support and have for many years legislative reform that once and for all fixes our broken immigration system.
So I'll take it that you won't make that statement now.
No, I actually will if you would allow me. And
we got just a few seconds, so speed it up, please.
And that involves a path to citizenship for those who have been in this country for many years, who've been contributing
Very good.
to the well-being of our country.
So the answer is you would support amnesty of some kind. So you said that that the border's closed and secure. You've said today you're following every law. You understand, don't you, that the law, Secure Fence Act of 2006, you're in total violation of that. Operational control. You don't have the border under operational control, do you? Section 2. What does it say? It says in this section, operational control means the prevention of all unlawful entries into the U.S., including entries by terrorists, etc. You're not preventing entries. You're fomenting entries. You're encouraging it. You're either accepting the Biden administration, and if that's the case, then you should be impeached. If you disagree with the Biden administration's program, you should resign. That's where we are.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Deutsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, good morning. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for your thoughtful testimony. As you know, I wrote to the President last May, Representative Megan and I did, at a time of then rising anti-Semitism in our country amidst a series of violent attacks last spring against the Jewish community and Jewish institutions. And when I wrote, I urged the administration to swiftly implement the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to help prosecute anti-Semitic hate crimes and also develop an interagency strategy to combat anti-Semitism and protect American Jews from those rising attacks. In the response that I received from you, I was glad to see that there are steps that have been taken over the last several months within existing DHS programs to counter domestic violent extremism, including anti-Jewish extremism, and I was encouraged by the prioritization of nonprofit security grant program investments. But, Mr. Secretary, the security grant program, as you know, can only go so far. Programs with a secondary or partial focus on anti-Semitism can only go so far. These attacks are occurring not only against institutions that fall under the security grant program purview, but against members of the Jewish community, against Jewish grocery stores, against Jewish homes and neighborhoods, and literally out in the general public. We already knew from the FBI that more than half of all religion-based hate crimes occur against Jews, but this week, the ADL published its audit, which showed us that in 2021, the year I wrote that letter, that it was the worst year for anti-Semitism ever recorded. Incidents were up over a third above 2020, with a total of 2,717 incidents, an average of 7 attacks per day. Jewish institutions covered by the security grant program saw a 60% increase in attacks, but perhaps most chilling is that there was a 167% increase in assaults against members of the Jewish community. And known white national extremists accounted for only 18% of that total. So while I am grateful, I appreciate the inclusion of anti-Semitism in your other domestic violence extremism programs and your strong support for the nonprofit security grant program, we know that we need to do more. And I would just like to take the opportunity while you're here to ask you about what your department can do to prioritize combating anti-Semitism, prosecuting anti-Semitic hate crimes, and how you might lead an interagency strategy to tackle this issue specifically.
Congressman, tragically, we are seeing a rise in hate crimes of all types against minority communities throughout this country. Not only anti-Semitism, but I spoke with the presidents of historically black colleges and universities a few weeks ago in response to a series of bomb threats against them. We are indeed assisting in the investigation of hate crimes and working very closely with the Department of Justice to bring the perpetrators of that heinous crime to justice. We are also, through our Centers for Prevention programs and partnership, resourcing local communities with funding to the best of our abilities as our grant programs permit, and critically with information and advice with respect to how they can harden their facilities without making them less welcoming. Schools, places of worship, different types of places of congregation. We would be proud to enhance our efforts in this regard, and I very much look forward to speaking with you and learning your ideas. And of course, I have been in touch with the president of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt, to discuss strategies.
Yep. Mr. Secretary, I would welcome the opportunity to work with the administration to help formulate a whole of government approach. When a community represents less than 2% of the American population, but is a significant majority of all of the religious-based hate crimes, and when people are being attacked on the street, being pulled out of their chairs in restaurants and pummeled, having fireworks shot at them as they walk down the street because they are identifiable as members of the Jewish community, then the protection of institutions is important, but it is the protection of lives that deserves, I would respectfully suggest, even greater attention, and I do look forward to working closely with you to help accomplish that. Thank you.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Gates.
1.2 million people are undetained, free, roaming about the country. They've gone before a judge. A judge has issued a final order of removal. How many ICE agents do you need to deport them?
Congressman, I think what we need is legislation to fix the broken immigration system. Because
you don't need legislation to overcome a final order of removal, right? Look, I get it. You want comprehensive immigration reform and a big amnesty thing. Very unlikely that's going to happen. So we have to operate under the laws that exist now. So under the laws that exist now, a judge has told 1.2 million people that they have no right to be here. Do you plan to remove those 1.2 million people?
Congressman, with the resources we have, and I would appreciate the opportunity to answer your question fully, with the resources we have to allocate those resources.
How much money do you need to deport all of them? How much money? How many agents? To deport the 1.2 million who a judge has said has no right to be here.
Congressman, there are a number of questions that your question raises with respect to whether all of those individuals actually have been given due process.
No, they have.
Yes, because
these are the people who've had the due process, okay? And here's the point. You have no plan to remove them. You don't know how many ICE agents it would take, and you don't know how much money it would take, because you actually don't want to remove them. That's why you issued the September 30th guidance that says, well, you know, if you haven't committed a crime and you just came to our country illegally, we're not going to remove you. Isn't that your position?
No, it isn't, Congressman. Not at all.
Well, then what is your plan to remove the 1.2 million?
Let me, if I may.
Do you have one?
Yes, we do. If I may, Congressman, as a former prosecutor, let me ask you a question. If one has a finite amount of resources and one has a finite number of hours, and one has a choice of removing 20 shoplifters or 3 fugitive armed bank robbers. How would you spend your time?
Well, I know how you've spent yours. I know how you've spent yours by decreasing by 48% the number of criminals you arrest, by deporting 63% fewer convicted criminals. You have the lowest deportation rate in the history of the department, right?
Your data that you cite is misleading.
No, it's your data. This is actually what your own agency is reporting. So do you think that it just might be the case that one reason that we will encounter the highest number of illegal immigrations in our nation's history this month and next month, because everybody knows that even if they come here, even if they go through the removal procedures, even if a judge issues a final order, you still think there might be more due process, and you have no plan to remove them. And then when I ask you what the plan is, you say, oh, well, resources, I gotta make finite decisions. I go back to my first question. How many ICE agents to remove the 1.2 million?
Congressman, I'd be pleased to provide you with a resourcing data subsequent to this hearing, if I may.
And I think it's telling that I think it's telling that you got plans for pronouns and you got plans for misinformation. But when it comes to the plan to remove the people that have had due process, you don't have one at all. Now, 800,000 people have encountered your CBP agents, and those folks have been released into the country. Like, some of those people are going to commit crimes, aren't they?
Congressman, may I have a moment to answer your questions?
Will some of the 800,000 commit crimes, yes or no?
Undoubtedly.
Undoubtedly. And so the Americans who are the victims of the crimes for the people that you release in the country are collateral damage that you are willing to accept in order to have our border function as a turnstile. You're willing to accept that collateral damage.
Congressman, I couldn't disagree with you more. Let me give you, if I can, some data that will actually
more than the data. How about this? Well, how did it feel to you when you went to the border and the Border Patrol agents turned their back on you?
One Border Patrol agent turned his back on me, and I addressed that as the leader of the Department of Homeland Security. So if I can return to data, because I want to make sure that you have accurate information.
Everyone knows that you have more people coming in than ever, and you're removing fewer people than ever, and it's because you have no plan and because it's on purpose. See, I don't buy the theory that you don't know how to do this. I think you're actually a highly competent dude. But the reality is, your plan is to bring these people in and to send the message to the smugglers and the criminals that they will never have to leave. That's why your workforce turns their back on you. And you have tools that you could use to deport these people. You have facial recognition. You have flights going all over the country, dropping people off. And I think we ought to use the best tools in the country to find these folks, round them up like they were at the Capitol on January 6th, and deport every last one of them. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Bass.
Congressman, may I have a moment to answer a question?
No, he didn't ask a question. Ms. Bass.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to especially point out your patience for putting up with all of the theatrics. I want to echo what Chairman Nadler has already stated about your efforts to reunify children with their families. The last administration's policy of state-sponsored abuse of children, I believe, will go down as one of the worst moments in our history. And the trauma inflicted on those who have been torn apart from their families will be lifelong. On that note, could you speak a little more about those children detained by DHS? I want to know in particular where some of the children were found, whether they were with family members. Do you know if any of the children were recovered from traffickers? I'd also like to know about the relationship with the domestic foster care system. How many of these children ended up in foster care? For those children who are in the process of being reunited with their family, I believe you said that there are about 500 more. I wanted to know what is the process? What do you think? Are you concerned that some of these children will not be able to be reunited with their families? And I know with the last administration, the families had to pay in order to have their children returned. I want to know if we are providing any assistance, especially to the families, to help them recover from the trauma of being separated. And then finally, in the past administration, administered or issued contracts so quickly, and we know that many of the facilities were subpar. We know that many of the children were abused, and I want to know if the Department of Homeland Security is pursuing any of this, and please take the rest of the time to answer all those questions.
Congresswoman, thank you so much for speaking of an effort that we're very proud to lead under the leadership of President Biden, I'm the chair of the Family Reunification Task Force. We already have reunified approximately 200 or more than 200 children who were cruelly separated from their parents under the prior administration's family separation policy. We have approximately 400 more children in process so that we can reunify them with their parents. We anticipate, or we estimate, I should say, a total of 1,000 families that remain to be reunited. We are, to the extent of our capabilities, providing resources to the families who are reunified here in the United States under our grant of humanitarian parole. I look forward to following up with you, Congresswoman, to identify how many of the children here in the United States were placed into foster care, and we are certainly very focused on the facilities in which children are sheltered. That is something within the province of the Department of Health and Human Services, and we have contributed resources to the department to advance the well-being of those children. This is an all-of-government effort under President Biden's direction, and each and every agency involved in this effort is extraordinarily proud to bring relief to these traumatized families.
Karen, your mic's off.
I'm sorry, for the families, for the children that have been reunited, do those families have to pay for their children? And then you feel free to take the rest of the time responding to the attacks from my colleague, Representative Gates.
Congresswoman, we do not impose financial fee to reunify families. We're trying to restore families that have suffered so very much. I want to just give, and thank you for the opportunity to give a few statistics. In fiscal year 2021, 12,025 individuals were arrested, were convicted of aggravated felonies, nearly double the number, 6,815 arrested in fiscal year 2020. Again, in fiscal year 2021, of the individuals removed, 46% of the removals were for people convicted of felonies or aggravated felonies, compared to 18% during the previous 4 years and 17% the year before that. This is what we call smart and effective law enforcement, to focus on those individuals who pose the greatest threat to public safety, national security, or border security. Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
The gentlelady yields back, I assume?
Yeah, I yield back. My time is up.
Gentlelady yields back, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's useful to have a follow-up opportunity when seeking answers from you, Mr. Secretary. We were together yesterday when I was in Homeland Security, and Mr. Gates's question sort of put a fine point on something for me. I asked you yesterday about Americans who may be subject to crimes committed by the 836,000 that are released into the country, and what you'd have to say to them. And we went back and forth because I was having a hard time getting a straight answer, and ultimately you went back to what I hear you say a lot, that they've got the right to assert an asylum claim. But when you hear the real numbers and what Mr. Gates just asked you about, let's get the real numbers. There's 836,000 people released. There's 600,000, give or take, gotaways that Border Patrol knows they weren't able to capture because they're distracted by changing diapers and processing people. And then you've got 1.2 million people subject to an order of deportation who you're not removing. And as you said, undoubtedly, some of those 2.6 million people in the country, by your discretionary choice, will commit crimes. So I want to go back to the question I asked. Do you have anything to say to the American people, the victims of the crimes those people will commit, who are here by your discretion?
Congressman, we do not tolerate the commission of crimes in the United States. We have laws to address those crimes.
Is that what you intend to tell the people who've been subject to the victim, who are the victims of the crimes?
It is. I have worked with victims of crime for more than 12 of my 20 years in government service. And so we do not tolerate the commission of crimes here in the United States against individuals present in the United States. It is not my discretionary choice. It is by operation of law, of the laws that the United States Congress has passed, that individuals who make a claim for asylum
have
a right to vindicate their
You're not suggesting to this committee, are you, sir, that people who are subject to an order of detention cannot be removed by law? You're not suggesting that to this committee.
That is not what I said at all.
All right. And the people, the rest of the people who you released, not all those people are required to be released, are they? You could detain them.
Congressman, we are funded for a certain number
Your budget request reduces the amount of bed space you request to detain people. Isn't that right?
Yes, our fiscal year 2023 budget requests 25,000 detention beds. And the numbers, as you have readily identified, the number of detention beds over the last many years has not met the number of individuals who are in asylum proceedings. And
so you're reducing the ones you're requesting.
Detention is used, Congressman, detention is used to address the greatest public safety threats. In the criminal justice system, there is also detention is used before a trial reaches a final adjudication. Detention is used for two purposes. Number one, to protect the public safety if there is no condition or combination of conditions that can secure the public safety during the pendency of the criminal proceedings, and two, to ensure the individual's continued appearance in proceedings.
And the rest of the people who are committing crimes, the people who suffer the victims of the crimes are just left on their own. You have no answer for them. Let me ask you a question about security. I've given you a lot of time, Mr. Secretary, to go on. Let me ask you about security. You've said that DHS assesses that domestic violent extremists present the greatest risk to the homeland, and that struck me. I want to ask you this question. Are you including as domestic risk, domestic violent extremist risk, those 2.6 million people who are here by your discretion?
Congressman, my statement is that domestic violent extremism represents the greatest terrorism-related threat to the homeland.
How do you know that none of the 2.6 million, including the 600,000 gotaways, you don't even know who they are, and you know 41 on the terror watch list have been encountered? How do you know those people aren't a source of risk of terrorism?
Congressman, the individuals that we have encountered on the terrorism screening database, the TSDB.
You're not answering my question. Respectfully, I've got 22 seconds. I'm going to pose one more question. You know Ramzi Youssef claimed asylum, right? And you know that he got to be released into the country on an assertion of credible fear. He was released, and 6 months later, he bombed the World Trade Center. Among the 600,000 gotaways, just that small portion, Mr. Secretary, how do you know that are you waiting for a mushroom cloud?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may answer the question.
Mr. Chairman, I won't dignify that last question with a response.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Cicilline.
Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for being here. And just in case there's any mystery about why you're not being allowed to answer questions by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, or why they're not interested in your reference to data or misleading statements or making statements which are inaccurate that you've corrected for them, well, it's actually, there's a plan about this. They're not actually interested in that because they have a 60-page memo prepared by the ranking member of this committee, as reported it in the newspaper. That's a memo that includes misleading and provocative talking points that seek to portray migrants and refugees as perpetrators of gruesome crimes. It's a confidential for internal use only document, and it's prepared so that the Republicans can argue that Democrats are seeking to, listen to this, abolish all immigration enforcement and even encourage illegal immigration. So don't be confused, with all due respect, Mr. Secretary, of your ongoing effort to actually put data and information before the committee. There's a whole plan about what this hearing is about. And it's about creating Fox News spots that they can use for politics. And I regret that you have to be part of it, but I'm grateful for your presence here today. And so I have three very specific questions. In addition to wanting to express my gratitude for all that you're doing, that video that was, again, designed to be scary showed you're preventing dangerous individuals from coming into the United States, arresting drug kingpins, seizing caches of drugs, and disrupting human trafficking. Sounds like you're doing exactly what we expect you and your department to do, and for that, we're grateful. First question is, there have been a number of very anti-LGBT laws passed around the country that have put families, and particularly parents, at risk. In Texas, for example, an executive order that demanded the investigation of parents for providing their trans children with health care, a position supported by every medical association. In response, the United States Air Force has announced it will provide legal, medical, and other resources to employees whose families are impacted by these anti-LGBTQ laws, including reassignments to other states if necessary. And my question, Mr. Secretary, is will you commit to providing similar resources to DHS employees whose families are impacted by these anti-LGBTQ laws?
Congressman, let me, if I can, make a very important statement. Diversity, equity, inclusion, opportunity is one of our core principles. It is one of our priorities for fiscal year 22 and beyond. We're investing in employee well-being and employee morale.
And thank you, and I hope you will look at the practices that the United States Air Force has adopted and consider doing exactly the same thing. Mr. Secretary, last week you announced a new streamlined process for Ukrainians to enter the United States through humanitarian parole and the refugee program, and of course this is very much needed. Can you discuss the actions you're taking in order to ensure that we reach this 100,000 number, and also what can Congress do to support it? And if you could do that quickly, I have one last question.
Very quickly, as I mentioned previously, we have the Uniting for Ukraine program, which is a humanitarian parole program. We've already received, I believe, more than 4,000 applications, and we launched the program on Monday. We also deployed our refugee affairs officers to the region to accept refugee applications, and so we are going full throttle to realize the President's commitment to provide refugee relief for 100,000 Ukrainians.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And finally, our nation's refugee and asylum programs were once called by the evangelical leadership of this country as the crown jewel of America's humanitarian work. But as you know, Mr. Secretary, the prior administration, the Trump administration, dismantled our refugee admissions program and set historically low refugee admission goals. They decimated the capacity of refugee resettlement organizations and delayed the pipeline of refugees ready for processing in the United States. Fortunately, President Biden has begun to reverse that process. Can you discuss what your department is doing to increase our nation's ability to accept and resettle refugees? Why have the refugee admission numbers been so low even this year? And what can Congress do to support our refugee program to ensure that America continues to be the kind of crown jewel of the refugee and asylum program that other people around the world look to as an example of what a great humanitarian effort is?
Congressman, thank you so much for your interest in these critical programs, and we were and are so proud to once again lead the world in doing so. We are hiring personnel so that our personnel can administer applications for refugee status and can administer applications for asylum. And one of the requests in the President's fiscal year 2023 budget is to appropriate funds to U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services so that we can advance the recruitment and hiring efforts. We will, of course, promulgate a fee rule that will equip USCIS with additional resources to hire those personnel, which are so vital. The work they do is so incredibly noble.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, and thank you for your service to our country. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Mayorkas, Americans are mad, and they are particularly mad at you In fact, even President Biden had to appoint the vice president to help you do your job. When I listen to constituents in my district, they believe you have intentionally made our border less secure. When I listen to my colleagues, they believe you have acted intentionally to make the border less secure. My constituents distinguish between your actions and the actions of other Biden administration officials. Americans are mad at Secretary Austin, for example, because he removed military personnel for not taking the COVID vaccine. Americans are mad that the Biden administration reduced oil and gas production, and we see the result at the pump. There are a number of bad policies from the Biden White House, but Americans believe what you've done is intentional. You've stopped the building of the wall that deterred illegal immigrants from coming to this country. You've terminated asylum cooperative agreements with Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua. You're trying to revoke Title 42. You are funding organizations that work in foreign countries to encourage illegal immigrants to come to America. The result is the largest increase in illegal immigration in the history of the United States. You've allowed thousands of pounds of fentanyl to come into this country. Fentanyl overdose is now the leading cause of death for adults between the ages of 18 and 45. You're responsible for thousands of young girls being forced into prostitution in this country. The Americans I speak to believe you have intentionally undermined the mission of the Department of Homeland Security, that mission being to ensure a safe, secure, and prosperous homeland.
To safeguard our people, our homeland, and our values.
There you go. American parents are frustrated that their kids can't get an education because half of the students in the elementary schools where their kids go are monolingual Spanish-speaking kids that require additional care, and that care is coming from their kids' classrooms. Americans are mad that their relatives with serious medical conditions are waiting in line at the emergency room, being used by illegal immigrants to treat common ailments. American workers are mad that their wages are being suppressed by the mass influx of laborers. Many of my constituents have asked me whether you will be impeached when Republicans gain control next year. They don't believe that you've committed a high crime, and they don't believe that you've committed a misdemeanor. My constituents want you impeached because they believe you've committed treason. They believe you're a traitor. They compare you to Benedict Arnold. You know, no parent with the last name Arnold names their kid Benedict. They wonder, what will the Mayorkas family do down the road? Secretary Mayorkas, I was at an event this past weekend, and a lady approached me and asked me if you felt any shame for what you've done to this country. My question for you, Secretary Mayorkas, is very simple. Would you please answer that lady's question? Are you ashamed for what you've done to this country?
Congressman, I have so much to say.
You got a minute and 17 seconds to say it.
In response to what you have just said, it is so profoundly offensive on so many different levels, in so many different regards. I won't ask you for an apology.
Don't.
I won't. But let me share with you just quite succinctly. I am incredibly proud of my service to this country. It is more than 20 years of service in the civilian corps, as a federal prosecutor, and as a member of the Department of Homeland Security. I am immensely proud to work alongside the selfless, dedicated, and talented 250,000 personnel of the Department of Homeland Security in the service of the American people, to secure our homeland, to secure them, and to secure our values. That is my response.
What do you say to the mothers of the children who have died from the fentanyl overdoses? What do you say to all the people out there who can't get an education because of what you've done with immigration in this country? You've secured the homeland. It's a farce. It's an absolute farce. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler. Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas, for your distinguished public service. An American president told the American people that all their problems were because of the southern border. Sounded just like my colleague from Colorado, that all your problems are because of the southern border. He railed against the border. He tried to close it. He talked about the drugs at the border. That American president was Richard Nixon. It's 1969, and he launched Operation Intercept to shut down virtually the southern border. And after 3 weeks, he gave up. He failed. His policies failed to stop the migrants coming to the United States. And so did the policies of every other president. President Ford, Carter, Reagan, George W. Bush, Clinton, George H.W. Bush, Obama, and Trump. In fact, under the Trump administration, migrant apprehensions increased to 851,000 in May of 2019, more than double the year before. 144,000 migrant encounters occurred in May of 2019. So my question to you is, it's true, isn't it, that the issues at the southern border have been there for more than half a century?
That is true, Congressman.
For my Republican colleagues to somehow say this is a new problem is just hogwash. So let's talk about one of the more ineffective solutions, which is the wall. The former president said Mexico would pay for the wall. Did Mexico pay for the wall?
No, it did not.
Okay. The southern border is approximately 1,933 miles long, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
And in 4 years, all the former president managed to do was build approximately 455 miles, of which only 49 were in places where there weren't already physical barriers. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar, Congressman, with the precise amount of mileage that was built, but it certainly didn't expand the entire territory of the southern border, nor is it the most effective means of securing.
In fact, public reporting is that there has been over 3,000 times this wall was sawed by people trying to cross. Isn't that right?
I have read a report that estimates that number of attempted incursions.
And the overwhelming majority of this wall was built in places where there already was a previous physical barrier. Isn't that right?
I believe so, Congressman.
Thank you. And by my calculation, the former president in 4 years only built new barriers in 2.5% of our entire southern border. So let me just tell you a story about why I think every administration has had problems with migrant flow. A few weeks ago, I met with a Colombian refugee, and she left Colombia, and I asked why she left. She said narco traffickers killed her father. And the line I kept remembering was, she just wanted the body back. They just wanted her father's body so they could give him a proper burial. So her brother negotiated with these bad people to get the body. And when the brother showed up, they killed him. And then they went after her husband and killed her husband. And then she fled with her 3 children. If any of us were in that situation, we would flee too. Migrant flow is a very complicated issue. And to really solve this, you would need comprehensive immigration reform. And so let me ask you, do you agree that if we really want to solve the problems at the southern border, we would need comprehensive immigration reform?
We would, Congressman, need legislation indeed to fix what has long been a broken immigration system, not just with respect to the southern border, but in many, many regards.
I'm pleased that Bloomberg has reported that there is a bipartisan group of senators meeting, including Senator Tom Tillis and Democrats, talking about bipartisan legislation to try to address the real issues facing the southern border. So let me ask you, what would some of those pieces of legislation look like that you would like to see?
So there are many pieces that have been discussed and that I support. One, of course, fundamental, is a path to citizenship. We have approximately 11 to 12 million undocumented individuals here in the United States. Programs that recognize immigrants' contributions to the prosperity of our nation, to fix the path for farm workers to citizenship, to provide citizenship for the dreamers, the young children who really have known no other country but America, who've been on our front lines and contributed to our communities in so many different regards, whether it's in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, or have taught our children or worked in our faith-based institutions, to recognize the contributions of individuals who have made this country everything that it can and should be.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Mr. Jordan.
Secretary, have you done anything right? When it comes to our border, have you done anything right? Record number last July, record number of illegal migrants coming into our country last July. That record was just broken last month, and next month you're going to make it worse. Agents turning their back on you when you speak. Agents on video on horseback patrol doing their job. Democrats call them racist. You guys throw them under the bus. Fentanyl coming across our border like we've never seen before. Are you doing anything right when it comes to the border?
Oh, Congressman, so you mentioned I've done a tremendous number of things correct, and of which I am very proud. And let me just pick up on one element of your question, and that's the element of fentanyl. Because the effort to smuggle fentanyl into our country actually comes through the ports of entry. And we have increased the interdiction of fentanyl by quite a significant amount. Through the devotion of technological resources and other.
I think there are lots of families who have been impacted by this drug who would have a different take on that, but we appreciate what you are doing at the ports of entry. That doesn't take into account what's happening outside the ports of entry. Let me just ask you this question, because this gets to the numbers and the records that you have broken month after month after month after month, 5 months in a row, and then, of course, that record was just broken last month. Do you think that maybe, just maybe, your actions and your policies are encouraging migrants to come to the border? Moratorium on deportations was announced on day one by President Biden. You've ended Remain in Mexico. You've ended agreements with Northern Triangle countries. You've stopped building the wall. And in 25 days, Title 42 goes away. Do you think that's encouraging people to come to the border?
Congressman, the increase at the border is the result of a number of factors, and it's a regional phenomenon.
Maybe a number of factors. I'm asking about those specific factors, your actions, your policies.
I do not. I think that individuals...
Come on. You went to Berkeley, you went to Loyola, you're no dummy. You understand, the folks I represent, good people, they understand that when you put those kind of policies in place, that encourages, incentivizes people to come. And I haven't even talked about the biggest incentive, Mr. Secretary. The biggest incentive for people to come is they know they're going to get released. You're going to let them go. Come to America illegally. There's no wall to stop you. We won't deport you. You won't have to stay in Mexico while we check you out, and you'll get released to wherever you want to go. We'll put you on a bus. We'll put you on a plane. Now, you may have to fly in the middle of the night, because we don't want the American taxpayers who are paying for this, we don't want them to know where you're going